A very good evening and welcome to your Saturday night Tuxford treat here from the MODUS Super Series. We're into the second half of Series 3 now here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And come the end of tonight, we'll be etching our 7th name into the Champions League Roll of Honour. And what a Roll of Honour we have so far. Before we look ahead to tonight's action, let's see how all of our participants got to this point by having a look at the weekly highlights. Well, Fallon Sherrock made her way through Group B on Friday evening. Well, she made it through by every single game in her group going 4-3. We'll talk more about that in just a second. As for David Wawrzewski, he made his way through Group C on Thursday and Friday respectively. He finished second in that group after being the table topper overnight. As for Steve West, well, he provided one of the moments of the week by going bullseye, bullseye, bullseye upon approach. As for Tony Wood, he was the man who won Group C on Thursday and Friday. He was our ADC qualifier this week, and he has done them a fantastic distinction. As for Lee Budgen, there was no budging him in Group B. He was the man at the top of that table, thanks to some particularly good efforts, just like this 160 in the deciding leg when Willie Boren was left on 32 to win. But as for Adam Hunt, he was the main man in Group A, getting over the line and sealing the first spot in this evening's final. Well, it's a Saturday night, it's a big occasion, so of course we had to have Corinne Hammond up here on the balcony. Corinne, it's great to have you back.
Thanks, Henry. It's great to be back. I feel like I haven't been here for ages, but it's probably only been about 4 or 5 weeks.
Well, it's great to have you back. And what a week we've got to look forward to. What a finals night we've got to look forward to.
I know, absolutely fantastic. There's been some fantastic matches going on through the week, so I am really looking forward to tonight, as I always am on a Saturday night.
Saturday night Corinne. I think that's what we're going to have to call you now.
I'm not really sure that's a great name to be having, Henry.
No, it's because you always make the finals, that is why. Yeah. Well, let's have a look at the week and break it down by the numbers now. And as you saw, well, we saw over 550 legs. The highest winning average was the last average we've seen so far this week. That was from Steve West. He had to take on Adam Lipscomb last night in a winner-takes-all game, and he provided the best average of the week.
Well, when you know it's all on the line, you're going to have to perform, and yeah, what a performance that was. 2 quality players as well, because Adam Lipscomb being a local player, so I do see a lot of him playing. Unlucky for him, but I'm sure that he'll have plenty more opportunities, but well done to Steve West.
For me, one of the slides, or one of the graphics on there that really caught my eye was 47 ton-plus checkouts. That's an impressive amount.
That is an impressive amount. If only we could do that all the time in all of the legs that we play in all of the games. That'd be fantastic.
Well, if only. Anyway, let's have a look and see how our players have been split up this evening. As I say, 6 players involved in the action there, split into 2 pools of 3 this evening, and this is how they are going to match up. It is a pool stage to begin with, each player having 2 matches, the top 2 go through. For me, what takes my eye is that Group 1. Adam Hunt, Steve West, 2 players who dropped off the Pro Tour last year, and David Wawrzewski, who we've seen some great stuff from here at the Super Series.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the second group's no easy feat either, but you are right, that is a bit of a standout group there, number 1.
Most certainly, and Tony Wood, our ADC qualifier this week, is actually ranked number 1 in the ADC rankings, and Lee Budgen, who's also in and around that group, he was also an ADC representative last time out. Well, let's have a look and see what the bookmakers make of tonight's proceedings now then, because there are some interesting fancies in and around the bookmakers market. They have Adam Hunt as the 13-5 favourite, but having a little look further down, considering how well Steve West played last night, is a 9-2 interesting, and Fallon Sherrock 11-2 as well.
Yeah, both of those players have big games in them, so, you know, both prefer playing of an evening. It is finals night, everyone comes out swinging, as they say, so yeah, I wouldn't put it past them.
Well, it's most certainly going to be an interesting evening. If you are having a flutter on the Super Series, remember, it is 18+, and begambleaware.org for more information about safer and more responsible gambling. Well, this is the point where we're going to put you up against your commentary colleague tonight, Chris Mason, because this is Aces Acker time. This is his selection this evening. It's a 3.31 to 1 treble. We got Adam Hunt to get the most maximums against David Wawrzewski. We got Fallon Sherrock and Tony Wood going over 5.5 legs, and we got Lee Budgen to get the better of Tony Wood. Anything there that potentially takes your fancy?
Well, I think given Fallon's performance from Group B over the last couple of nights, we've seen that she loves a 4-3 game. So, yeah, I would fancy her to have a 4-3 game somewhere along the line, yeah.
Well, Fallon Sherrock's been making history, hasn't she, once again this week, because away from the Super Series, she got that 9-darter on the Challenge Tour. And whilst you're up here on the balcony, I know Chris is going to talk about it a little bit more with you on commentary. How big a feat is that, and what does that say now, trying to break those barriers again for women in darts?
I mean, anytime anyone achieves a 9-dart game is a fantastic achievement. That's what every dart player wants to do every time they go to the board. For Fallon to be able to do it as the first woman to do it on a PDC event is absolutely amazing, and it just goes to show the incredible talent that she has. And then even when she, you know, starts to drop off form, which even she will say she has done over the last, you know, 6 to 8 months, maybe even a bit longer, it just shows that she has that form, she has that ability. She's absolutely incredible, and I think that it's amazing, because if she had have done it anywhere else apart from being at a PDC event, it probably wouldn't have got the same amount of attention as what it has done, because it's happened with something associated with a PDC. So that's just incredible.
Well, Corinne Hammond is going to be a part of our commentary team tonight, alongside Chris Mason, to describe all of our matches this evening. And our first match is going to see Adam Hunt in action against David Wawrzewski. I caught up with both players early on this evening to assess their chances going into tonight's finals, beginning with Adam. Adam, welcome back. Refreshed, revitalised after a couple of days off?
Yeah, looking forward to it. I'm glad I had a couple of days off, you know. I've been away in Germany and stuff, so I needed a couple of days. Looking forward to tonight.
What was your reflections on your Group A campaign?
Scored really well, messed about on doubles a little bit. Probably could have got through easier if I hit my doubles, but yeah, just happy to get through in the end, really. It was a tough group, so. And
of course, finals night tonight, and a really, really tough night as well. But every single time you get put in a group here at the Super Series, you tend to get put in a tough one.
Yeah, it was tough last finals night, and yeah, it's no different tonight. You know, I think, to be fair, both groups are tough, so I wasn't expecting anything different.
You've had a taste of finals night before. Will that be a help to you going into this time out, knowing what the format's like?
I think so. I think the whole week has been, you know, from my last experience, I felt a lot more at ease this time. I felt a lot more comfortable on the stage, so yeah, I'm looking forward to it tonight, yeah.
I suppose that cherry on the top would be to pick up that spot at Champions Week.
That's the plan. That's the plan, definitely.
So we look forward to seeing you play. Adam, good luck.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
David, welcome to finals night here at the Super Series. How would you reflect upon your Group C campaign?
Very tough group, very tough. Started off very slow against Tony, took a 4-0 loss, bounced back, but Friday was very tough, mentally tough, a lot of to and froms, and it wasn't until the second to last game when I knew that I was in and sort of relaxed against Tony. I can't tell you what would happen in the last game if it was a needed win, but I got there. So I'm, again, grateful to MODUS Super Series for inviting me down.
It must have been one of those days where, especially during the middle of it, when everyone was on a similar number of points, where you're kind of, are you scratching your head just looking at point scenarios, or are you just trying to win as many as you can?
Just trying to win as many games as you can. If you sit and try and work it, it can deflect, like I think it did for Kieran. Kieran sort of knew he had to win the last game and he didn't. And you can see that he didn't perform to his standard. So it benefits some. It's just, I just play my game, win as many as you can, and then hopefully get for Saturday night, and here I am.
Here you are, in front of the crowd. You looking forward to embracing it?
I am looking forward to it. I've got a few people coming down, which is nice. Family's coming as well, so yeah, I'm over the moon to be here.
And how much would you like to pick up that title, that weekly
It would be amazing.
Win?
It would be amazing. With the other 5 that are next door, it's just sitting in the room with is unreal. But I'm not here to sit in a room with 5. I'm here to win the big 5. So yeah, I'm up for it.
That is exactly what we want to hear. David, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Two players confident about their chances going into tonight's finals. We're kicking things off here on this Saturday night at the Super Series with Adam Hunt up against David Wawrzewski, and we have got an A-star commentary team to guide you through all the action and all the drama there is to come. Corinne Hammond has made the run down to the booth to join Chris Mason. Evening, Chris.
Evening, Henry, and evening, Corinne. How are you?
I am fabulous, thanks, Ace.
Good, good. Well, we have got really exciting couple of groups of players who have all qualified by right this week, and I'm struggling to pick a winner.
Adam to throw first.
On
Game
Monday
on.
at 9:30, Abby asked me who I fancied. You don't like to say because commentators can be a bit jinxy, but I did pick Steve West. I did apologise to him afterwards.
96.
Do you know what? And I'm surprised Henry didn't ask me when I was up on the balcony, because he generally does. And I was thinking, if he asked me, I'm probably going to say Steve West
45.
myself. I don't know. I just kind of have that feeling.
Yeah, well, we've seen his quality over the years on the Pro Tour for many, many years. And
55.
for those of you who don't know, he's been waiting a long time to have a hip replacement, another one. For the last couple of
39.
years, he's been playing in excruciating pain, which obviously restricts the amount you can practice, and that's the all-important thing about being a pro player.
Yeah, absolutely. And
76.
not just the practice, well, missing out on the practice, and then, as you're saying, playing in excruciating pain as well. And it would just, with a hip, it's going to change everything. It's going to change the way you stand, the way you throw. Yeah.
100.
Yeah, so opted out of going to Q school in January because he has hopefully got a date in the summer sometime, and
96.
it's going to mean he's going to be out the game for a good few months. So just decided to have a year off. I'm sure, he'll be back. We've seen enough from him this week, including that final game last night where he averaged 105.58, that he's still got the quality.
Let's be honest, he didn't go to Q school because he just wanted the opportunity to come and play at the MODUS Super Series.
You know.
We all know.
140. Adam, you require
I thought
120.
David Wawrzewski was going to break into a bit of loonis. I got 5 on it, the way he was going in that little chat with Henry at the top. Ooh, that's a super dart.
100. David, you require 96.
Opportunity for a break.
60. Adam, you require 20.
It's not quite knockout darts, this, Corin, but it's as close as it gets, isn't it, when it's just a 3-player round robin.
Leg. Adam Hunt.
Yeah, this is where the difference comes from the
Second
group
against David
stages
to
during
throw
the week to
first.
tonight.
Game on.
They've been playing against, 5 or 4 other players, and now it's just 3 of them in the group. So pretty much they are do or die.
100.
Yeah, and you've played enough of the Super Series, and it is a different mentality, isn't it? When you're in that round robin, if it's not quite going your way, you don't leave it all on the hockey. You think,
42.
all right, this isn't my game. I'll go again in the next one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, this is a real pressure cooker situation,
41.
especially if you lose your opening game, because it could well then be out of your hands. And if you do lose, don't lose big. It's 2 points for a win.
36.
And leg difference will play its part.
Yeah, every leg counts. If you are going to lose, you want it to be 4-3.
Yeah.
134.
How is your game right now?
It's okay. I haven't really played a lot in the last 6 to 8 months. A lot of, due to the fact that I wasn't able to travel.
55.
So playing the First Ladies series last month was the first time I'd kind of played competitively in about 4 or 5 months. I had some good performances, then some not so good ones. So I was quite pleased to know that it's still there.
Having a run out Saturday as well, aren't you? At the Phoenix Club. I believe it's a charity event.
Yes, the Flights for Cancer at our local Phoenix Club in Waterlooville next
121.
Saturday.
David, you record 150.
What time's the entries? What time can you sign in?
I think it's 11 a.m. or 11:30 for a 12
135.
Get down there and support that if you fancy some arrows. I see Corin down there. Good luck if you get to play her. Maybe going home with your tail between your legs.
You require 15.
Double 4.
11.
Already had a couple of darts that side of the board without success. Adam Hunt, 15 and tops to double his lead. Well, it was the one area of game. Yes, he won Group A. And with a little bit to spare in the end, but across Monday and probably halfway through Tuesday,
David Wawrzewski.
The doubling was a big concern for him. But by Wednesday, my goodness, no such issues.
So it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Both legs holds a throw, and both in 20 darts, and both could have gone the other way.
That is the one thing about finishing.
121.
That old saying, confidence breeds competence, is very true about finishing, because once you start missing doubles, you feel like you just can't get out of that
100.
trap.
Yeah, I always say it's infectious. If either side of the coin, if you start hitting them and pinning them, you'll go through the game. If you start missing early, you'll just go through the game.
140.
Yeah. And that's what I mean about the confidence breeds competence.
I like
because
that.
if you start hitting them, you think, yep, I'm going to hit it first start
100.
every single time. And sometimes you find that it does work that way. But once you start missing, yeah, it's a terrible trap to fall into.
Oh, we've seen it so many times where players have gone 4 out of 4 or 6 out of 6 and
95.
on the Pro Tours and that. I've seen it on TV before.
55. That'll be 145.
It's been a super Saturday in terms of
100.
darts today, with the Seniors Champions of Champions, which is over on Channel 5, got underway at midday.
92. That'll be required
It's
45.
an 8-player field. There were 7 invited, and there was a golden ticket qualifier last night, won by Leonard Gates, the winner getting the right to
37.
face Phil
That'll be
Taylor.
154.
And Gates defeated Taylor at 10-8. Also wins for David Cameron over Painter. Howson over Thornton.
98.
Martin Adams just
That'll be
getting the
required
better
8.
of Trina Gulliver. Good to see Trina playing so well.
Game show on the third leg.
And there was
Adam
also
Hunt.
a lovely moment where
Fourth leg, it's
Trina
David
was
to throw
presented
first.
with
Game on.
the trophy she won 10 times.
Yeah, how amazing is that?
Such a lovely touch.
Yeah.
180.
It was a nice touch as well. Our first max of the match.
50.
This is week 7 of 12 qualifying weeks. Week 1 was won by John Worsley. Owen Bates, week 2. Yellow Class in week 3. Scott Taylor.
98.
Very impressive week 4. Mike Wolverton, week 5. And last week, Matt Clark. Matt Clark has played in 2 qualifying weeks,
58.
won them both, and was just edged out by Ray Smith in the final,
Yes,
wasn't he?
The
Of
Champions Week, yes.
Champions Week.
59.
Winner takes £5,000 away this evening, and a place in Champions Week where the winner walks away with £20,000. And a lot of these
81.
players, that's a
David,
career high payday and
164.
Yeah.
career changing possibly.
Yeah, of course it is. I mean, you don't see very many, well, you don't see any other paydays like that
100.
outside of the professional tour.
No. Another aspect you must be
125.
excited about
David,
is the
64.
ADC's involvement now with the,
The ladies, yes.
yeah,
Yeah, they've got a couple of
44.
events coming on. When's the first one? May, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, over a couple of month period. I think that might be in Bridlington.
good to see. Really seems to be getting some momentum eventually now,
134.
doesn't it?
David,
Yeah.
you required 20. Game show on the fourth leg. David Wawrzewski.
Of course, I have been constantly on to the powers that be, is to have our Women's Week
Fifth
here,
leg,
which
it's
I think
Adam
would
to throw
be
first.
yeah.
Game-
amazing.
Wouldn't that be?
It's just sort of planning it logistically. Of course, we've got
Makura
Suzuki, we're gonna have to try and
180.
find a way that get her over.
135.
Nearly the perfect reply.
$135.
So we're going to be getting 3 Australian
43.
representatives, aren't we?
Yeah, I did hear that as well, because I do follow some of the Australian ADC. I think they
Yeah.
still call it ADC in Australia. On social media,
58.
and have seen a few bits and pieces about that, and talking about having some representatives come and play here at the MODUS Super Series, which again is fantastic. There's,
60.
so many opportunities being
128.
offered to players, and to be able to offer it to players from 12,000 miles away. Yeah, fantastic.
96.
Yeah, I think they had a think they got a league type system, and then the top 3 will be
60.
making the 24-hour
32.
trip.
Yeah.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
It's
Adam
getting
Hunt.
better and better, this one. That was a 13 dart hold, and it puts Adam 1 away.
6th leg, it's David to throw first. $92.
Next up is Lee Budgen against Fallon Sherrock. That'll be from Group 2. The 6 qualifiers this week. If you're joining us for the first time, are split into 2 groups of 3, Group 1, Group 2.
100.
The top 2 from each group will make our semi-finals. Winner plays winner, and the winner of that does take away
58.
the $5,000.
Make it all sound so simple.
That was when I played.
139.
I just sort of felt a little bit bad on Champions Week. Thought it wouldn't be fair if I took the $20,000. So
Yeah, no, that was very nice of you.
140. David, you require 170. $138.
just for a second, he looked at the ball, didn't he?
Did.
I think we both looked at each other as if to say he's going to go for it, and then last second looked away.
96.
And
David, you
probably a
require
smart
32.
move, because how easily can you then get roped
Game
into
shot on
trying
the
to
6th
finish
leg.
off?
David Wawrzewski.
Yeah, and then well, it isn't that. You miss it,
Yeah.
they hit a big score, and you in your mind you're regretting it already as you're throwing at it.
7th and final leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Back-to-back 13 darters. Averages at the moment, 88.62. Adam Hunt, 86.52 for David Wawrzewski.
55.
It has gotten better with each leg. They've both certainly settled into it now.
60.
Well, the opening 2 legs were 2 20 darters, so to end up with averages approaching 90 shows you how much qualities there's been on the back end.
57.
And it went 20-20, 18-16, 13-13.
100.
Everything on throw. Last night was incredible. We only had 1 match last night go against the darts, and that was a 4-2 win for Lee Budgen.
Shows you how important it is to have the
96.
throw. Yeah.
Especially in a short race. Over the longer distance, you get time to create those breaks.
100.
Well, we've already started off with the first game going all the distance. Is this going to be a sign of things to come for the rest of the evening, do you think?
46.
Certainly the case in Group B, wasn't it?
Yeah, what, 130 out of 140
85.
possible legs played?
Yeah, my eyes know all about it. Sleep is at a premium right now. Just when you don't need the clocks going forward, well, they go forward tonight. So instead of getting back to Devon at 2 a.m., it'll be 3.
Just what you want.
60. Adam, you require 147.
I've had some wonderful finishes this week. I don't recall a 147 though.
87. David, you require 96.
Well, we did see David have an opportunity to break in the very first leg with 96. Couldn't find the double 18. Can't find the treble in this shot.
56.
Would you
Adam,
have
you
gone
require
the
60.
double-double there on the 76?
Oh, I'm not a double-double person. I think it's hard enough to hit one.
Touche.
Game shot on the mark.
And Adam Hunt does
Adam
make
Hunt.
a winning start. The winner of Group A makes it 1 from 1 in the opening match tonight on finals night. Averages 86.30 for Adam. Good performance from David Wawrzewski, 84.96, and only losing by the narrowest of margins. That may come back to help him a little later on. When we come back, it will be Lee Budgen against Fallon Sherrock.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. And well, it's been the story of the week, hasn't it, here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Games going all the way to a deciding leg as Adam Hunt gets the better of David Wawrzewski by 4 legs to 3 in that one. Well, next up for us, it's Lee Budgen up against Fallon Sherrock. And earlier on the scene, I caught up with both players. Lee, welcome to finals night. How have you found your week so far at the Super Series?
I've played all right. I mean, the first day I was very lucky, really. Got 3 wins out of 4 and got away with it. Second day I played a bit better. Managed to get off the line, so I need to play better today. You know, I'd give myself a good talking to, so I need to play better today, though.
You were the king of the 4 threes in Group B. Does that say a lot about your mental strength in big moments?
I don't really think about it, to be honest with you. I just try at the 180s at the right time, try to put the pressure on, and let's just see what happens, really. So I don't really think too much about it.
This is the second time you've been here at the Super Series and the second time you've made it through to finals night. What is it about this competition that makes you tick?
I'm not sure, really. I think it's just the actual competitors, really. You know, you're going to play good players, so it kind of drags the best out of you, really. I'm not sure. I'm just enjoying it, really. I'm the underdog, really. I'm not known here, so maybe the competition just drags the best out of me.
You say you're the underdog, but you're definitely here to win. How much would you like to win in front of this crowd?
I'd love to win. The last time I got to the finals and didn't do too well, really, in the finals. So this is like my chance to try and redeem myself a little bit and hopefully play well. I didn't play well last time. Hopefully play well this time, and who knows, let's see what can happen.
Well, we all love a good underdog story. Lee, wish you all the best.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Fallon, welcome to finals night here at the Super Series. How would you assess your week so far here?
I think I've had a good week so far. You know, I've definitely taken all the legs that I can, and I think I've probably played the most legs at the moment. But I think my game's kind of there or thereabouts. I still need to kind of tweak it a little bit, but this is why I'm here at the MODUS Super Series. I'm here to kind of perfect my game, and I think there's no better practice than playing in this anyway.
We definitely had the match practice. You're the first player in this competition's history in a Group B to have played every leg possible, all 8 of your matches going for free. But does that say a lot about your mental strength for the fact that you've managed to get through a group, that every single game you played has gone all the way?
Yeah, definitely. I think my mental state at the moment when it comes to playing darts is like I'm not going to give up, whereas before it's like, oh, it's not going, you know, just focus on the next game and stuff like that. Whereas now, even if I am 3-0 down, I know I have the ability to produce really good darts and pull it back. So you can kind of see that from like the past results and stuff. But yeah, no, I'm going to try not to do all the legs tonight, but I can't guarantee it.
Well, we're back here in front of a crowd on that Saturday night. How much would you like to hear at Portsmouth win a Saturday night after winning one in Southampton in the previous incarnation of this tournament?
Yeah, no, I think it would be amazing to kind of, you know, try and win one here. You know, like I've won one in Southampton before and stuff, and it would definitely be one of my first, you know, winning one here in Portsmouth. So I'm looking forward to it, and hopefully, fingers crossed, I can produce a really good game tonight.
Well, we're looking forward to watching you play. Fallon, good luck.
Thank you.
Well, it is a third meeting of the week between Lee Budgen and Fallon Sherrock here at the Super Series, and I don't need to tell you the scoreline of the previous 2. Chris Mason and Colin Hammond are in the commentary box for match 2 of our evening.
Thank you, Henry. Well, you already know. They were both 4-3. Fallon, who could have played a maximum of 70 legs in her 10 matches over 2 days, played exactly that. 70 legs and produced a first, being the first player to have won back-to-back matches from 3-0 down. That shows a lot about her character, Corin.
Yeah, it really does. She's got that never say die spirit in her, and we all know she's got the game in her as well. I mean, she did say in her pre-match interview that she's here to practice and perfect her game, and what better way to do it than to play every leg available to her.
Yeah, taking full advantage. Yeah. Can't fault her. Well, Lee was 4-7 favourite for this one. Fallon was quoted at 5-4. That's probably more based on the 2 results that Lee just about edged.
97.
Sorry, Thursday night, 4-3 with an 86.21, 3 180s. Fallon had to tour herself
100.
And last night, 4-3 again for Lee, despite Fallon having the higher average, 89.76 at 2 180s.
59.
84.61. Not the kind of numbers that would normally trouble Fallon at her absolute best, but one thing I've noticed about Budgen, a very reactive player, very much
42.
Like a James Wade. The better you play, the better he plays, and that's the way he plays the game.
And they're the most annoying players to play.
Well, yeah.
140.
Well, then all of a sudden they step up a level as well, and you think, what's going on here?
Well, the amount of times he hit a 180 where he looked absolutely buried in the leg, and then sort of go out in 6 from there.
46.
Well, and he talked about that in his interview as well, about hitting the 180s at the right time, and there are definitely right time 180s. Oh, just the wrong side of the wire there for Fallon.
30.
Slightly overpitched. Always a bit edgy in the opening game.
96. Fallon, you require 75.
17. 18 for tops.
Not double tops, just tops.
55.
Wouldn't that be 80?
You require 83.
Double 17.
43. Fallon, you require 20. Game shot on the
Bang in the
first
middle.
leg. Fallon Sherrock.
Nice little break of throw. Fallon, any early nerves? Not that I think she's
Second against Fallon to throw first. Game
she's got so much grit. I mean, I know a lot's made of her many achievements, and
100.
you know, everybody sort of goes back to the World Championship. For me, the run in the Grand Slam and that quarter-final match against Peter Wright was just
98.
remarkable.
Yeah. She gets into a little zone sometimes, when she's in
59.
that zone, she doesn't focus on anything apart from that dartboard and those trebles and the doubles. That's it. And once she gets on a roll like that, very,
96.
very difficult to beat.
And that zone you talk about, I actually spoke about that in that World Series comeback win
140.
against Dimitri.
Yeah.
She was just literally locked in. There wasn't even a flicker from her. And then when we talk about guts and bottle, how about that win against Gabriel Clemens where she took the 141 out and the 170? I mean, these are the kind of thing I never had a 170 on TV.
44.
I think we could safely say that she feeds on adrenaline.
Yeah, she's got minerals.
96. Fallon, you require 158. Correct. 83. You require 151.
Wrong side of the wire again there.
We'll be back at the 75 again.
40. Fallon, you require
We're in the
75.
twilight zone.
Game show on the second leg.
This
Fallon
time,
Sherrock
nails the tops to back up the break with a hold.
Third leg is Lee to throw first. Game on.
In such a short format,
27.
2-0 can be quite difficult to come back from.
Yeah, because the holds are hard enough. You have to try and force a break. And when you've got someone going out in 18 darts, it means you've got to find a 15.
100.
You are watching on YouTube. Welcome along to the action. Don't forget, at 10 o'clock we go
97.
live on Sporty Stuff TV. We will stay on YouTube, of course. you're a social media user, give us a follow across
85.
Facebook, Instagram and Twitter at MSS Darts, all one word. And get in touch. Plenty of you watching from all over the world. A special welcome. I know will be tuned in. The unwashed one from Cork, the Canine Deviant. Well, welcome to the show.
180.
We've already mentioned those, haven't we, Corin?
A well-timed 180. Couldn't have been any more perfect than that, I don't think.
44.
Just when it was looking like Fallon was going to get the double break.
$77.
Would have been very nice 289 in 6.
81. Leave required 32. $16.
Never looked likely.
No, it didn't, did it? I mean, the one saving grace for Budgen is that he does have 3 more. But a good shot here from Fallon.
61. Leave required 16.
Another one, long way off. And that. Is it
14.
the pressure?
Oh, yeah, we've talked about this already.
Fallon,
Though, about once you start missing one,
118.
then they all, you know, the double gets to be the size of a pinhead.
Ooh, double 19 for the steal.
Game shot the third leg. Fallon Sherrock.
Super finish that is. And that will add even more pressure when you're watching your opponent pin these. She's 3 out of 4 on the doubles, and that will have an effect on Lee Budgen.
Yeah, when he's none from 7.
140.
And those 7 darts at double were all in the one leg.
100.
This is going to, I mean, maybe a little premature, but if Fallon does win this 4-0,
66.
Lee Budgen is in a world of trouble.
We talked about the importance of winning every leg that you are given the opportunity to win.
180. $59.
It doesn't get any easier for Lee, and he'll have a bit of a wait.
41.
Because he won't then be on until the final session, and it'll be against Tony Word.
Yeah, there's a lot to be said
60.
about the order of the games as well, like how when you play your first one as opposed to when you play your second one. Some people prefer a long break, others would rather just get them over and done with, so to speak.
140.
That's a great 140 there.
I mean, we all love playing, but every now and again it sort of almost feels like going to the dentist, doesn't it?
They require 40.
Particularly if you're not playing well.
Yeah.
Game show on the 4th leg.
Super leg.
Lee Budgen.
From Lee Budgen, a 180 in there and a 13 dart break back.
5th leg is Lee to throw first.
Best leg of the match so far. That was a beauty. And much more assertive on the double.
84.
Felt like the other ones were sort of thrown in the general direction and he wasn't committed.
I mean, and he's probably thinking in his head now, this should be 2-all, not 3-1.
180.
And reply.
140. $95.
Fallon just keeping the pressure applied. Forcing her opponent to find troubles.
45.
That's the only way you can sort of affect your opponent, isn't it? By making them try.
Yeah, absolutely. because there's nothing else you can
140.
do to, you know, you've got absolutely no control over what they actually throw. But you know what makes it harder for them if they're seeing you throw good darts.
180. Fallon, you require
Another one
86.
of those perfectly timed maxes. It's a bit of a trademark, and that's a mistake. That's nearly the perfect recovery, but not for the first time, Corin. It's next door.
Yeah, she's had quite a few of them be the wrong side of the wire there.
That's a third just in this match.
54. He required 52. Game shot on the fifth leg. Lee Budgen.
13 darter has been backed up with a 14 dart hold. And from 3-0, he is now within
Fifth leg is
one.
Fallon to throw
Fallon
first. Game on.
has the darts. That's the insurance policy here. You'll be thinking to yourself, oh no. Not another
57.
4-3.
Wow, yeah. And that would be her undoing here, I think.
Yeah, 'cause it's
to
a
start
negative.
thinking about, I was 3-0 up, how now am I 3-2 if I don't, you know, this
96.
leg's either going to be she walks away the winner 4-2, or she's all of a sudden in a 3-all draw with a, you know, sudden death leg where she doesn't have the darts.
140.
And we've all done it, Corin, where we go 3-0 up, and we can sometimes be guilty of trying to defend the lead rather than going all out to win it 4-0.
41.
Yeah.
$43.
He's 103 points adrift minus these, and Fallon is just leaving the door ajar for him.
95.
Now she needs a big one. The only area
57.
in terms of scoring where Lee's superior is in the 180 tally.
59.
Everywhere else, she's pretty dominant.
$100.
She's very much a player. If the first one's in, then more than likely another one will follow. And if they're not in, they're right there.
140. Fallon, you record
Another
actually-
well-timed shot.
Yeah, they're very much like that. I call them FDMs, first dart merchants.
And that was the one of two numbers that she didn't want, either a 5 or a 1.
64.
104.
He requires 70.
So 70 to stay in the match. Treble 10. Oh, treble 18.
Having to go the bull route now. Oh, double 9.
52.
Oh, and that was only the
Fallon, you
width of a wire,
require
wasn't
40.
it?
The doubling's been good. 3 from 4.
Game shot
And
on
that
the
becomes
match.
4 from 5.
Fallon Sherrock.
And Fallon Sherrock breaks the cycle, eventually winning a match, or not losing one by the odd leg. Fallon winning that one 4-2 with an 84-32, 5 140s, 1 180. But look at the finishing. 4 out of 5, 80%. When we come back, we return to Group 1, and it is David Wawrzewski, and our first look at Steve West tonight.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Fallon Sherrock has got her night off to the perfect start, getting the better of Lee Budgen by 4 legs to 2. Well, it's got a little bit of time before we go through the archive here at the MODUS Super Series and have a look at some of our golden moments over the last 8 months or so. One of them involved Cameron Crabtree, who on his debut posted a record average for this venue. Let's get into this match now and have a look at some of our greatest moments here at the Live Lounge.
First leg, it's Matt to throw first.
A bit of a
game on.
Look through his numbers and his data and things. I was like, the averages don't quite match the results that he's getting. I mean, some of the results that he's had recently, he's beat people like Scott Williams, Mike Warburton, Jim McEwen, and you're thinking, but the average is running so low. And then when he mentioned there that
120.
he started bad and then he played better at the end of the year, you look a little bit deeper and it goes in line with what you said on the balcony of this recent upward surge in his levels of performance.
85.
And I like what he said in the... I like one thing he said in the interview, and I hate something else he said in it. So he said, being here is going to be a good learning experience. So he's looking to take something away from this, whether it's qualifying through for Saturday, whether it's £5,000 on Saturday night, or whether it's some experience. He's going to develop off the back of this with that sort of growth attitude. The bit I didn't like about it is when
43.
He said that the form he showed recently has made him lucky enough to be here. You're not lucky to be here. He wasn't walking past and they went, we need a player. In
Can you play darts, mate?
And lucky is a word I hate.
Same.
Hate it. And I used to get it all the time when I was coaching football, like someone would shoot and miss, go, oh, unlucky. No, it's not unlucky.
No.
Unlucky
41.
is a bolt of lightning coming down, striking the tree falling over the goal and stopping the ball from crossing the line. That's unlucky. What it was you missed. It was bad technique or poor practice, something we can work on to make sure you don't miss in future. Luck is not a part of it, and the reason Cam Crabtree, easy to say, is here
60. Cam, you
isn't
require
because he
80.
got lucky, it's because his form recently has been that good. He's beat the likes of Scott Williams, who has dominated the
shot
Challenge
on the first leg. Cam Crabtree.
Oh, what a debut leg that is. A 14 dart breaker throw. Matt Jackson starting with 2 treble 20s. And then getting
Second leg, it's Cam to throw first.
Bounce out. Could be steady in here.
No, that's unlucky. We've hit the wire. It's come out the board. That's unlucky. If he would have gone and missed and got a big 20, that's not unlucky. No. That's a miss.
Well, this is my first look at young Cam Crabtree. I'm just going to call him Cam from now on.
100.
What do you think of the technique?
Slightly overbalanced, the shoulder just coming a bit too far down, so that's going to put a little bit of tension on the knee.
180.
But despite that, it's pretty much there.
It is, isn't it? I like it.
96.
You don't hit 9 darters by accident. Well, the stance is nice and wide. I'd say there's a little bit of... It's
140.
But the head stays still. There's not too much shock into the shoulder. Full extension. Land very flat on the board.
98. Cam, you require 47.
Sometimes cause a few issues. Not so here. This is for an 11.
Game shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Wow. Well, if you didn't know he is, you do now. 25 darts doing the opening 2 legs.
Third leg, it's Matt to throw first.
Which equates to family and friends of Cam. Quickly get your
57.
Screenshots ready.
Yeah, get your cameras out. Welcome to the Super Series.
140.
It's going up. And I tell you what, you're Matt Jackson.
99.
What are you thinking? You've been here all week. You've played some good darts in spells. You start off against a 19-year-old debutant, and he starts throwing 122 average against you.
Yeah, you know you're playing well when you hit a ton and your average starts to come down. I always say that's a great indication of
50.
The level of play.
60. 97.
It's interesting that he picked out Robert Thornton as well as part of the players
140.
this week. I mean, he was playing darts before Cam was even born.
40.
So was I.
Cam, you require 61.
My pants older than Cam. It's too good.
Game shot on the third leg.
Not only is the
Cam
scoring
Crabtree.
absolutely exquisite, so is the finishing. 3 out of 3. 3-0 up in the blink of an eye. A double breaker throw, winning legs of
Game on.
14, 11 and 15. He's averaging 112.72.
And there are no signs of stopping.
140.
No, I mean, we've all done it where you're aware when you're in a game like this, you're winning comfortably and you're 3-0 up and you're thinking
123.
I'm averaging over and you start thinking about it. It's not even in his mind.
100.
All he's thinking about is winning a game of darts. That's what happens when you're not damaged goods. There's no scars. He's carrying
60.
no baggage.
$140.
This is relentless. 140 to 140. Could be a 4-0 start.
135. Cam, you require
average. The record, I
121.
believe, is 118. And the whole existence of this format.
Game, shots, and the match. Cam Crabtree.
Absolutely incredible. What an opening match and what a display from the young 19-year-old on debut. 115.62 the average. 4 out of 4 on doubles, 100%. A ton plus finish, 6 140s, 1 180. What a performance.
Cameron Crabtree giving us one of the best performances we've seen here at the Super Series. On debut, 115.62 average. Well, next up for us was a man who gave us 105 average last night, Steve West, finishing off Group B in a must-win match against Adam Lipscomb in some fantastic style. He kicks off his campaign against David Wawrzewski, who we saw in match 1 of the evening, lose out to Adam Hunt. So it is a must-win game now for Wazzy. Well, early on, the Sydney I caught up with Steve to get his thoughts ahead of tonight's action. Steve, welcome to finals night here at the Super Series. How have you found your first week here?
Tiring, grueling. It's quite hard. I've enjoyed it. Played well in patches. I think, you know, this is, for people like myself now, are just taking a little step back, this is ideal.
We saw last night that winner-takes-all game with Adam Lipscomb to get through the group, and then you pull out the performance anyone's put in this week, averaging 105.
Yeah, I don't even know. I didn't even know that, to be honest, until later on when we got back. I just felt like I played steady, and obviously the result speaks for itself with the averages as well. But, you know, I enjoyed it. It was great.
First time here into the finals. We'll have a different feel tonight with the audience in.
Yeah, you know, it's always going to be different when it's dead quiet all week and then you come in and there's like 60, 100 people here or whatever it's going to be, and I think you just take that on board and it sort of gives you that little kick as well.
How much would you like to emulate the likes of John Henderson by winning a week on your debut?
I couldn't do John Henderson because John's John, and you know, he looked like he wasn't going to get through, and all of a sudden he's popped up and won the money, and I'm like, well, if I can do that, happy days, isn't it? It's, you know, it's something I think everyone here wants to achieve at some stage.
Well, we look forward to watching you play, and we wish you all the very best, Steve. Good luck.
Excellent. Thanks, Harry.
Saturday night gets serious from here. David Wawrzewski up against Steve West is our third game of the evening. In the commentary box to describe all the action, here's Corinne Hammond and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. And, well, this is quite simple here, Corinne. A win for Steve West, and himself and Adam Hunt are through.
So simple.
Gets a little more complicated if David Wawrzewski wins.
But sometimes that's what we like to see. We like it going down to the last game, the last dart. Let's have a 9-dart shootout. Let's get it all going.
It's easy when you're sat here. Oh dear.
Yes, I do remember you having a 9-dart shootout. Yes.
Yeah, it was quite interesting. Something I'd never experienced before. The closest thing to that, we used to have a world pairs tournament.
Okay,
in the
first
90s.
thing, it's David to throw first.
And
game on!
Myself and Steve Raw had to play Dennis Priestley and Eric Bristow, and it was a penalty shootout on bullseyes.
How does that even work?
100.
So we all had 6 darts each at the bullseye. If it was level, it was the next one to hit the bullseye. Very similar, it works in football.
57.
Yeah, it took a while. I think it took longer than the match.
Wow. Thank God things like that don't happen anymore
43.
then. Sometimes it can go long enough just deciding who's going to have the throw when you're having the darts at bull.
Well, that's why they do it now behind the scenes in the practice room. Otherwise, we could be sat here when they're going 25, 25, ball, outside. The only time
100.
we do the bull up here is for the final.
Yes, everything else is predetermined based upon where you finished in a group.
Yep. So the winner of Group 1 will play the runner-up of Group 2, and the winner gets the honour for winning the group.
60.
The winner of Group 2 plays the runner-up of Group 1, and again, as the winner of Group 2, you get the honour of throwing first. Which, as we saw last night, Corin, it's a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah. It should be the advantage, though, because that's what you expect.
60.
You expect to be able to hold your own throw. Doesn't always work that way, but that's, always the goal.
Yeah, leading up to
121.
our 2-year anniversary,
138.
on our 2-year birthday last week, we were all asked to pick our favourite moments out.
82.
As we've just seen, one of my favourite moments was Cam Crabtree on debut. It was
incredible.
57.
For a young man that was mainly playing online and playing remotely.
Game's on the first leg. David Wawrzewski.
One of the very few good news stories of lockdown.
Yeah, there you go. Good point. Well made.
Second leg is Steve
hard
to
to
throw
believe
first.
that we've just come up to the 3-year anniversary of that 3 years. Wow.
Oh yeah, I remember. I was what was I called? A tin foil hat wearing conspiracy theorist.
Not far wrong though, really.
Yeah. Funny enough now, the only things I get on Facebook is, oh, you were right about that.
140.
But back then, you're not a scientist. Yeah, I know. Must have been just a lucky guess, I suppose.
140.
I remember thinking, right, I can do this for 3 weeks. 3 weeks, that's not so bad. People, just do this for 3 weeks. Stop going out. Just everyone stay inside for 3 weeks and we'll do it. But then 3 weeks turned into 4, turned into 5, turned into 9 months to, tiering this, that, tier 1s, tier 2s, don't look out the window. Like,
and I do have a giggle now at all these things to stand. The little footprints on the foot. Stand there.
Everywhere.
Stand there or you'll get COVID. Stand there. Yeah, it was
92.
Yeah. Madness.
$59.
Yeah, incredibly. Look back and have a little giggle, I suppose. But
100.
my favourite one was how much they expressed the importance of health and fitness and all of that stuff. And then they shut the gyms.
85. David, you require 88.
That was the only thing that bothered me because I was doing this from home. I had a studio at home anyway, and I just
63.
Converted it around into the studio to do this, and yeah, it was
79. David, you require 25.
Right. There was a time that we were only allowed out for half an hour a day just to be
Game's on the second leg. David Wawrzewski.
Well, was up. 2 out of 3 on the doubles.
David to throw first.
Back-to-back 17 darts have been enough for a 2-0 lead.
98.
He only get edged out by Adam Hunt, so a big win here.
180.
Well, that would mean that Westy's going to have to pull out a big win against Adam Hunt to keep himself in the running.
Yeah, a win will just not be enough. Or can he produce some of the great darts he produced on many occasions this week? No more so than our final match of Group B last night, where he was
100.
Well, this is the 3rd different time slot he's played this week. He started off with the 9:30 Monday to Wednesday, then went to the 10 p.m. for Thursday to Friday, and then 7:30 Saturday night.
Yeah, he's playing in different places, but different time zones.
Stevie require 100.
It does feel a bit like that, though, doesn't it?
Well, when working here the week, you do end up with jet lag.
Game show in the 3rd leg.
12
Steve West.
And a break of throw.
And wasted one at a double as well.
Yep.
4th leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
The advantage, of course, for Wawrzewski. I know they've been playing on there all week, but it's still an advantage of having gone out there and played one game, got the feel for the crowd. He's got his early settling nerves out the way.
140.
Let's be honest, though, Westy's no stranger to playing in front of a crowd.
Yeah, he's played in front of a slightly bigger one than this on a few occasions. I mean, some of them Euro tours he's played on 5, 6, 7, 8,000.
Yeah, amazing. You think that the World Championships are the ones where they have the biggest crowd, but actually, it's one of the smallest. Yeah.
Yep.
It's quite deceiving, even when you see, you know, for those of us who have been lucky enough to be there at the time, not playing, but, you know, talking about people playing.
But at least we never lose.
Yeah, exactly. Always a winner. But it does look a lot bigger on TV than when you're actually there. It is quite deceptive.
I think it holds 3,500, doesn't it, Ali Pali? It's amazing when you go down there. Did you venture down into the fans' village?
Yes, yeah.
It's incredible, isn't it? Yeah. A real atmosphere. And so much going on. Dan Dawson in one side doing their live piece where everybody gets an opportunity to throw some darts and win prizes.
140, David, you've got 145.
It's a special event. And it's literally that, and it's an event, isn't it?
It is, and I think the way that they pay homage, I guess, to all the players who have played in it, all the things, you know, the walls that they have, all the detail about the history of the players and, you know, previous champions and things like that.
Game shot on the 4th leg, Steve West.
And just like that, we've got a level game.
Yep, 12 and 17, so 29 darts later. Got a game on our hands.
60.
Steve especially would love to get the win here because it would mean the match against Adam Hunt would just be the position.
About who will get to throw first in their semi-final.
140.
Still plenty riding on it. By the time we get there, that could be the difference between winning and losing.
98.
Yes, because we do keep the same format all throughout the evening. No change in format for semi-finals or finals, so still all best of 7.
58.
Which is a relatively short format.
Yeah, I can remember when it sort of moved from best of 5 to best of 7. We thought, oh, this is great. And then best of 9, we used to think that was long. Now the players who play the best of 11 on the Pro Tour, it's just too quick.
Yeah.
133.
But the level they play at, I suppose it can be over in a flash. I mean, look at that performance from Pricey on Thursday night against Michael.
139
in
Stevie
something
require
like
170.
12 minutes with 114.96 average.
145.
Close a couple of times on that this week.
David, you require 76.
And when players are playing well, you want the matches to go on forever.
Yeah.
Because they're the kind of matches that you can
56.
just sit and watch. Yeah,
Stevie
and when you've
required
got two players who are
25.
going at it playing well, incredible.
One.
No, it was.
David, you required
It probably
20.
felt like that was going to hit the other dart and bump in. Oh dear, that's the
16.
danger on that double.
Stevie
There's
required
no breakdown.
24. Game show on the 5th leg.
Three on the
Steve
spin
West.
now for Steve West, and what a turnaround. Trailed 2-0, looked in all sorts of trouble, and then leg 3
Steve to throw
was
first.
key.
Game on.
Because he hit his first 180 in the match there and took out the ton clinically, and he's not looked back.
100. $60. $95. $60.
Possibly 9 darts away from here, or certainly 3 visits
86.
of getting the job done. 161 in front, minus these. I think it'll have to be
60.
Needed to be a 2 trouble visit, didn't it?
Yeah, and he's got some incredible pressure on his shoulders here now because it's all on him.
81.
And sometimes you just try so hard, they just don't go in there.
95. Stevie Rock
The harder you try,
139.
the harder it gets. I always say it's one of those kind of, well, it is that game that you've got to be focused, but you've also got to play with a bit of freedom.
91.
Well, I'm surprised at that, considering how much he does like the tops, especially with
59.
David back on
Stevie
2
Rock
to 6. He
48.
could have gone the ball route there, and then hit the 25. 17 leaves his fave. But I suppose he thought to himself, well, I've got time, so I'm not going to complicate it.
28. David, you require 167.
Trouble 19. Would have left the ball. Good effort.
139.
Good pressure.
Steve, you require 20.
Yes, this double 10's probably a lot smaller than he first thought.
Like a stamp.
Yeah.
He's usually pretty good on double 10, but the pressure of the situation.
David, you require 28. Game show on the 6th flag. David Wawrzewski.
It's thrown for the match. Now it's David's turn to throw for the match.
7th and final leg. It's
5
David to throw first.
starts for
Game on.
Steve West.
$135.
The average is almost identical. No surprise we find ourselves at 3-3.
180.
Is a little bit special.
The start was almost identical to that leg there, but
Yeah, he was only
100.
Yeah.
marginally to the left.
$125. $99.
Well, if he fills it, it leaves double 8.
Whoa!
A possible 10-darter.
David, you record 167. $64. Stevie requires 16.
Match start incoming. Seventh heaven for Steve West as he just gets over the line in what was an absolutely cracking game of darts. 2 180s in the deciding leg for Steve West. Still, David Wawrzewski was ready to pounce. An end average of 90.32 for Steve West. And that confirms David Wawrzewski is out, and Adam Hunt and Steve West progress into the semi-finals. When we return, Fallon back in action against Tony.
Well, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the story of Dave Wawrzewski's night was fine margins. Both of his matches going 4-3, but on both occasions, he ended up on the wrong end of the scoreline. So Steve West and Adam Hunt both progressed their way through Group 1. They will be into the semi-finals on 10 p.m. here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel and on Sporty Stuff TV. They'll be playing in Game 5 to finalise the positions in that particular group. Well, next up for us, it's the final player that we're yet to see tonight. That is Tony Wood. He was our ADC representative this week and our #1 ranked player in that particular organisation. I caught up with him early on this evening, another one of his very, very funky shirts, to talk about his week so far and fancying his chances for finals night. Tony, welcome to finals night here at the Super Series. How have you found your week here in the live lounge?
Very hard. It's been a long week, but I'm happy to have played all week, and I'm very, very happy to be here tonight.
You have a feeling that you've just absolutely embraced this occasion. Has it felt like that from your perspective?
Yeah, definitely. I love it up here. I love the setup. It's just amazing. If you can't play, you can't play anywhere.
What's the difference between you the last time you're here and this time you're here? Have you learnt bits from that first experience which you've taken into the second?
Yes, definitely, yes. It was a learning curve, the first one. I just missed out with one game. And I thought, well, be harder, be stronger, and yeah, I'm here, so it's obviously worked.
Finals night in front of a crowd. Looking forward to that element of it?
I'm absolutely buzzing for it. And I'd just like to thank Marie and that man there. But coming down, she's just travelled 6.5 hours, so fantastic.
And just finally, we've got to mention the shirt. It's another Bobby Dazzler.
Yeah, and we've got one there as well.
Plenty of support, and we're looking forward to watching you play. Tony, good luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Tony Wood into finals night here at the Super Series. It's the last player yet to see tonight up against Fallon Sherrock, who got the better of Lee Budgen in her opening game of the evening. So let's get into this one in the company of our commentary team. It's Corinne Hammond and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. Well, we're 3 matches down with 3 to go in these group stages before we head into the semi-finals, and they will get underway not before 10 p.m. as they will be live on Sporty Stuff TV. You will be watching or listening via YouTube. We have moved to channel 427. First look at Tony Wood. I'm sure he was in the players' room, Corinne, watching Fallon with interest.
Yes, I'm sure. What a long wait for him as well, though. I mean, well, there's only been 3 games, but it does feel like it's
Okay, first
Yeah, a
leg,
bit
it's
longer.
Fallon to throw
well,
first.
It's an
Game
hour
on.
and 17 minutes since we went on air, so it will feel like a long wait. And like you say, for some players who were quite laid back, which Tony is,
43.
probably unaffected. I'm not sure about you, but I'd be chomping at the bit to get up there.
Yeah, to just get out and play. But the advantage for him is that he doesn't have long between the two games that he plays. He doesn't have to, you know, he does the long wait before his first one, but doesn't have a long wait between the two matches.
81.
And of course, in scenario, I suppose he knows more about what he needs to do.
140.
Win for Fallon, of course, and she's through, and then it will be a straight shootout between Tony and Lee, with the winner of that one going through.
100. $81.
But yes, a win for Tony here would mean that Fallon's going to be sweating out the result of the last game between Wood and Budgen to see whether she's going to get through or not.
Yeah, we'll get the abacus out at that point.
Yeah.
Brian.
100.
Take it you're good at math. We have no choice.
There's too many permutations that can happen. It's like a
140.
I don't really worry about it too much until it's getting to the end of said match, and then I'll sort of think, right, well, this happens, then this happens. Otherwise, we could be here just talking about the potential outcome.
100. Fallon, you require 97.
Tops.
Game
and that
show
finishing continues, and
Fallon
as
Sherrock.
we mentioned, as you so well put, it's just infectious.
Tony to
Start
throw
hitting them,
first.
you'll hit them.
Game
and
on.
her doubling was outstanding, wasn't it? 80%, 4 out of 5.
And as she talked about earlier, wanting to, you know, perfect her game and improve and get in the good practice.
57.
When Fallon's finishing is on point, that's when you know that she's back to playing near her, you know, best or very best or whatever. Because when she had those periods of when she was doing all the amazing things that she's done, it was her finishing that pulled it through it.
Yeah, absolutely. I know it sounds fairly obvious, but you combine that with her evident ability to operate under pressure. It's all those ingredients create a very, very good dart player.
57.
Put it this way, I wouldn't want to play her for my supper. I'll pass.
I'm right there with you.
Yeah, I'll run back down the chippy.
140.
And you know, and I just because of the amazing dart player that she is, but also the fact that we are really good friends.
Yeah.
I hate playing her for that as well.
140.
Yeah, so I always feel like I'm in a losing situation. I do remember playing her once in the MODUS Super Series, actually, back when we were in the old studio in Southampton and did get the better of
Fallon, you
her.
require 164.
Yeah, I remember that. Pretty sure I was doing the comms on it.
Yeah, you might have been too. That seems like a lifetime ago now.
58. Tony, require 161.
Yeah, because of course, in the early stages, because of regulations, we weren't even allowed a caller in there.
No.
You had to call your own
we had
scores.
to call our own. That might have been... No, I think we might have had a referee in there
97.
by that stage. But I do remember that playing in there when you had to call out your own score.
Reading some stuff.
30.
It's always the same players. Well,
Tony
you can only
64.
use players who lived in the area. No one was allowed to travel. What do you think we did? One of them...
Yeah, and all that about COVID testing and making sure we're following all the regulations and all those kind of things, yeah.
48.
And the players had to be tested and then segregated. It was...
Yep.
double 8 for another 2-darter.
Game show the second leg.
Pins it
Fallon Sherrock
again. And 4 out of 5 in match 1 is now 2 out of 2.
So it's Fallon to throw first.
So she's
Game
6 from 7 overall this evening. And it's backing up what we said.
Yeah, she's going to be feeling now that she can't miss doubles. When they're going in that easily, yeah, the confidence breeds competence. She's thinking, no, they're all as big as a bucket.
Yep. And they probably look massive. And like you say, by comparison, when you start missing them, they just shrink.
180.
First max of the match goes the way of Tony Wood. I mean, they're both averaging 95. Tony Wood's had 1 dart at a double.
No, he's not really doing anything wrong.
No, it's just not getting the opportunity because Fallon's not missing to allow him back in. Of course, 41. He will be. We've already mentioned, just although he's played in there all week, it's a different. It's finals night. It's a different feel. You can play on the same board all day, and all of a sudden you're in the final, and it feels a different board.
Yeah, different, very different. You have to approach it differently too. And as you know, you mentioned earlier this evening, it's a lot different than playing through the week because you've only got 2 matches to play.
Yeah,
58.
You can't. Your first match. Your first match, you can't be like, oh, well, it doesn't really matter. I've still got a long way to go yet. Tonight, 1 match does matter.
It's huge.
41.
Like you say, you lose that one, and then it's out of your hands. Even if you win your second one, it's still out of your hands. Tony with a bit of a sniff here and a break of throw.
100.
A rare leg where Fallon's not had a too big trouble visit. May go for 18s.
56.
Does like that switch across.
122.
Makes sense, really, when you think about it.
Yeah, she does use the 17s quite a lot, actually.
It's the same weight of throw, isn't it? She used it a lot across Group B. I
90.
Picked up on. I was just thinking of the 18 would have left. Well, the 54 would have left 90.
102.
Wow,
Tony required 32.
Not a million miles away.
$16.
Oh, you feel
Fallon,
that
you
he
require
really needed
25. Game show on the third leg.
This could well be a game changer. One of only 2 darts missed at a double in 2 matches so far, and one of them has been at the ball.
Well, it's Tony to throw first.
I'm going to cut her a bit of slack, Corin.
Do you know what? She does practice finishing 25 a lot because of, you know, those times when she's not that perfect at hitting the bullseye.
Yeah, I think it's something that a lot of players at all levels tend to overlook, maybe, and it's those finishes between 41 and 81 that ultimately, when you think back at a lot of matches you've lost, it's been those opportunities you get, those little 2-dart combinations.
Combination finishing, yeah.
We always do the 1-2-1 and upwards, don't we?
82.
Where the main focus should be those 2-dart.
Yeah, and that's what I was first taught when I started playing, was to practice between the 41 to 81.
41.
And then move on to the 81 to 100 kind of thing.
I know.
And that 61 to 81 piece, because, you know, you don't need to hit a treble to finish those. You can, you know, if you're using the 25 as a scoring dart, you know, you don't have to hit a treble. They can all be done in 3 dart finishes, you know, or less.
I know, it's something that Glenn Durrant was always passionate about, and something that he always practiced, and, well, didn't do him too bad now, did it?
No.
100.
Yeah, he went okay.
He did all right. Couple of little tournaments in Surrey somewhere, and then them on Sky. I can't remember what it was.
At the O2 or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, only the O2. The only O2 I get near is my telephone number.
100. 100. Tony require 120.
Again, just enough to keep the pressure on Tony. I mean, a 4-0 defeat would be a bit of a disaster.
120 is one of those really tricky finishes as well because, you know, even if the first start's in the treble 20, you kind of really want to throw high because you don't want to bounce off into the flight into the treble 20 again and bust.
Or deflect either side.
Yeah. 160.
And throwing below the treble for the first start. Yeah.
140. Tony require 40.
2 treble visit, a 5th 140 in the match for Fallon.
Game shown the 4
No
flag.
mistake this time. He blesses himself. But now this is where the hard work starts.
5th leg, it's Fallon to throw
yeah,
first.
of course, because that, you know, realistically was only a hold of throw. He still needs to find 2 breaks if he's to win this match.
100.
And really, this, I mean, if he does go on to lose this, the scoreline's irrelevant because it'll just be a shootout between himself and Lee Budgen. With the winner facing the winner of Group 1. Maybe there's a little bit more darts left in this one.
60.
No, you can never say it's over until that last double is hit.
Absolutely, and you never give up until the last double's gone in. Fallon knows that all too well this week.
100.
She is the queen of the palace. She's been the queen of the comebacks this week.
But she started off tonight having a 3-0 lead in both of her matches, so doesn't want to have to come from 3-0 down and carve that win out there. Wants to get ahead first.
Well, it was something I was speaking to Fallon about a little earlier. I got in here around about 5:30, and Fallon was already here prepping, and she was aware that she was a little slow out of the box. Well, she's put that right tonight, hasn't she?
140. Tony Rick 139.
One thing I did pick up on Thursday, Fallon, I always used to remember, wore a very flat shoe, didn't she, with no heel, and now she's red. And I've always thought about that. With, obviously, the shorter you are, it's or smaller. Don't want to get done for shortism or whatever it's called. Yeah, you'd think wearing a bit of a platform would make things a little easier.
89.
Well, it depends on what you used to, really, because when you do change your shoe height, I mean, and I've, you know, done that as well, worn really flat shoes, worn something with a bit of a, you know, platform on or whatever, it does make a difference, and then you just have to adjust yourself to that. I think the first time...
Game show on the 5th leg.
That was a nice
Tony Wood.
The first time I saw her wearing the trainers was actually at the Grand Slam. I noticed
it's Tony to throw first.
I knew that she wore them outside of probably in like her, you know, Super League games and stuff like that and whatever. But you're right, she always wore a very flat shoe in most of her, you know, event games that she wore. But
yeah, every time I remember seeing her on TV, I always noticed the flat shoe, and it was something that I never really.
21.
Sometimes you just don't want to put ideas in people's heads, but. I always thought, well, it would be an advantage to be a little higher because it would mean that there'd be a little less effort in the throw. You'd have to play darts to get it. But a lot of people are probably thinking, what, you have one specific pair of shoes you play darts in? Yep, and that's the only time you wear them. It's when you play darts.
Everybody has a pair of dart shoes.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
And they're my dart shoes.
Yeah, yeah.
100.
Yeah, you got friends around. They go, "You wearing them?" No. They're dart shoes, mate.
59.
There's some shoes our referee Owen Binks is wearing. My goodness. players can't see their reflection in them. That's how shiny they are.
100.
You're right, they are quite shiny. I'd not noticed until then.
140.
He's not going to fall over with the size of them, is he?
They're keeping him balanced.
He could probably do that Michael Jackson thing, couldn't he? A 1-2-1 ton and 92 in the scoring phase for Tony Wood. 41, 59, 140 for Fallon.
81.
We mentioned the insurance policy of throw in her opening game against Lee Budgen. Well, the insurance policy in this one is not going to come in the 6th leg, it's going to come in the 7th. You'll be thinking, oh, it's the other way around tonight then. Lead 3-0, lose 4-3. Again, Corinne, very well matched, aren't they?
140.
There you go, perfect example.
Tony require 40.
Both want 40 after 15.
Game shown the 6th flag. Tony Wood.
First 3 to Fallon in 14, 17 and 20. Next 3.
7th and final leg. It's
Tony
Fallon
Wood in
to throw
17,
first.
15
Game
and
on.
16.
I feel like she was just chasing some trebles there with that shot.
Chasing rainbows, they were all different colours. Bit like his shirt.
Definitely bright, that's for sure.
Not going to get run over, is he?
No, well, you would hope not, no.
$58.
Last couple of legs, lost her scoring boots, too many troublous visits. Oh, got her in a spot above it.
$26.
An opportunity there that maybe she didn't see coming, but needs to take advantage of it. Another one of those would be perfect. There we go.
134.
Must have seen that in your crystal ball.
$41.
What Tony doesn't want to do here is show his frustration to Fallon.
Oh, she'll.
Because that is a mistake that a lot of dart players make. Show too much emotion to their opponent, and you just think, oh, I've got you here.
Yeah.
I don't really have to do anything apart from throw steady darts because you're going to beat yourself.
Well, it's like having a tell in poker, isn't it?
Yeah.
Someone gets a read on you, you're done.
60.
Again, gesturing at the board. I understand his frustration.
Oh, we've all been there.
Yeah, I wasn't a player that...
140.
With my emotions, you knew exactly how I felt.
I would never have guessed that. You don't strike me as that kind of person, Mace, to be honest.
$57. Fallon, you require 52.
For those of you who think that's a mistake, that is the target.
No
well,
score.
That's a mistake. But Fallon always goes for the treble 12 on 52.
I mean, she loves double 18. That's probably her favourite double. And surprisingly, double 4's never been one of her favourites. She doesn't really like it at all. But that's why she's so good at double 8, because she doesn't want to have to go to double 4.
52.
But it's right next door to her favourite.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
Replace in the semis.
32. Tony require 134.
Well, he's produced some big, big finishes all week.
Not going to be a 1-3-4 though.
Very close. I had to give it a second look.
94. Fallon, you require 20. Game shot.
Super
on
dart
the
from
match.
Fallon. Straight
Fallon
down the
Sherrock.
side of the guide. Well, will be Tony Wood against Lee Budgen in a straight shootout, but there's some numbers here that got to be looked at. Look at that 140 column. 9-2 in favour of Fallon. It is Fallon who just gets over the line. 4-3, very, very similar averages. But Fallon is safely through into the semi-finals with Adam Hunt and Steve West. They will be up next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Fallon Sherrock is into the semi-finals, getting the bed with Tony Wood by 4 legs to 3. This is the final game of Group 1. This is jostling for position between Steve West and Adam Hunt. And in the commentary box, here's Corinne Hammond and Chris Mason.
Thanks, H. Yeah, this one. Well, it's not a dead rubber per se, because this one, of course, is for position. Now, the winner of this match will play in the opening semi-final against the winner of Tony Wood and Lee Budgen. The loser of this one will be in semi-final number 2 against Fallon.
Well, this has just made it a lot easier for us, hasn't it? Because we don't need to think about all the possible outcomes if they get 2 legs or 3 legs or they need to win this. It's just, yeah, we know these two are through. It's just about who finishes first, who finishes
first leg,
second.
it's Steve to throw
Darting
first.
gods have been with us.
Game on.
Haven't they?
I do have a bit of software
140
on Excel, which allows me to put in various permutations, but being a bit of a technophobe, I was
60
playing with it earlier and I've deleted it. And I don't know where it's gone. Apparently, I spoke to one of my geeky friends. It's in the cloud somewhere, so I'm looking out the window. It's not, mate. I can't see it out there.
Oh, Lord.
134.
I just wait for someone else to tell me what needs to happen.
59.
When I do my invoice, I'm very fortunate of all the people that I
59.
work with. I'm for that I can send an invoice, and they say to me, just send it in this open document so we can we can put it right when it comes through. 82 left.
134.
Look for the 42.
$60. Stevie requires $68.
Match of the night for both players.
Game shown the first leg.
Was
Steve West.
Super clinical for Steve West. 14 dart hold.
Second leg, it's Adam to throw first. $135. $55.
I always think about these kind of matches when you're in this scenario.
100.
It's an opportunity to just really get yourself revved up and ready for that semi-final.
You don't need to think about the disappointment of losing because you know you're still through to the semi-final anyway. So it's all just about, well, let me just play with a bit of freedom. Get a good practice in before the next one because the one after is the one that's really going to count.
Yeah, that's the big one. Followed by the biggest one of the
96. Adam, you've got 86.
I'm not surprised we're seeing them play at the standard that they are at the moment because they are playing with that little bit of freedom because they know they're both through.
Game's on the second leg.
Just like that. I mean, the 14 dart hole was good enough, but that was a 12 on the ball.
I mean, if you have a look, they're both, I mean, we're only 2 legs into it, but they're both on ton-plus averages here, so...
Yeah, I know people sometimes are quite
125.
fearful, but for me, there's several stages in a match, and this is an example of the quick start they both made, which tells me that, like you say, they're both relaxed, they're both playing with freedom, and middle of the match, you've got another opportunity to look at the numbers, which will either tell you that they've held that form or improved from the start they made, and then, of course, we look at the numbers in the end.
31.
Because a darts match is pretty much broke down into sections, isn't it?
Who would have thought there'd be so much involved
45.
in a game of darts?
Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah.
$180.
It's his second of the match, and his second in as many legs.
100.
This is what I mean about when you've got 2 players who are both playing well.
96.
It's the kind of game that you could, they could play, if they're going to continue playing like this, they could play best of 15 or best of 19. You're quite happy to watch it.
96. Adam, you've got 94.
And they'll both be aware that they're carrying each other along, aren't they?
54.
The tempo's good to the match.
40.
Got a lovely flow to it.
Game show on the third
leg. The result
Steve
of
West.
that. Averages are being maintained, Corin.
Fourth leg, it's Adam to throw first.
102.54 West. 98.08 for Hunt. We've not had a misstart at a double.
121.
And that is what you love. When the finishing is good, the scoring's good, just, you know, makes for that perfect game of darts.
To play 96. And watch.
Yeah.
100.
Like watching the game, the vintage Gary Anderson versus Michael Van Gerwen games, like when they were both like,
Absolutely flying at Adrian Lewis in that same kind of era as well, wasn't it? Of course, the governor, the GOAT, Phil Taylor. Yeah, you could just sit down and you just admire it, don't you?
I know, yeah, and I think the thing about Anderson and Van Gerwen is the pace of the game, Yeah.
Of course, back then Adrian was a much quicker throw than he is now. There was a lot more rhythm and tempo. First time Adam Hunt's throw is
60.
being examined by Steve West.
$140. 134. Stevie requires 70.
Super reply from Adam Hunt. Been really impressed with him this week. Started off a little ledgy, but really grew in
50
to the Group
and
A.
requiring 56.
Ended up winning it by a couple of points in the end.
Game's on the 4 flag.
With darts
Adam
like
Hunt.
this. Steve West with a
5th leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game
tops there. A rare opportunity at a breaker throw. He won't mind, of course. He'll take 2 more
95.
holds and happy days.
When you break it down like that, you think all I have to do is hold my own throw. That's it. Hold my own throw and I'll win.
36.
Yeah, I've tried that.
$86.
Actually, I wonder how Steve is feeling after having played. Well, this is his 6th day in a row of playing darts, isn't it? He probably hasn't done that for a long, long time.
No, when he
134.
he did. I think he didn't. He's done the odd exhibition here and there, but no real tournament darts like this. Certainly not with this amount of darts.
No, well, they did do those. Well, there was that period they were doing all the pro tours in 4 and 5 day blocks, weren't they? Yeah.
Yeah, that must have been horrific. Escorted from your room to the playing area.
100.
And then had to go back to your room after you'd lost. Yes, did somehow manage to do it.
57.
And of course,
Stevie
during those
required
early
40.
periods, the only live sport on was us.
30.
Incredible to think about now, though, isn't it, really?
Well, if it hadn't happened, and I'd have said to you about 5 years
100.
ago, look, Colin,
Stevie
this is gonna
required
happen,"
10.
you'd go, "You're bonkers, mate."
Well, I'd probably say that anyway.
Game's on the 5th leg. Steve West.
Yeah, without even suggesting that. A 5th hold, and now the pressure mounts.
Simply gets Adam to throw first.
I feel like maybe Westy's got something going on with his eye there.
Yes, he
He
has.
was doing that the first match as well, wasn't he?
Yeah, he had he scratched
100.
the lens in his eye about 6 weeks ago, and he had some treatment on it, and it cleared up. And he thinks he may have rubbed his eye in the night and scratched it again. So
56.
today he was in the opticians, and they had a look at it, and then prescribed some drops for it to try and stop it.
140.
Annoying him, but earlier on this afternoon, it was starting to close, and that was, of course, some concern. He's good, but
No, it's that good. I mean, I actually did the same thing. Scratched my eye a few weeks ago, and I did think it was like water, and I had to go and play darts. So I tried to close my eye. Have you ever tried to close one eye and throw darts?
Did you look like a pirate?
Well, I probably looked. I wanted to get a pirate's patch. I'll tell you that, because it just
180. Adam, you require
wouldn't
81.
stop watering. But honestly, when you close one eye and throw your darts, they just go completely, you know.
Yeah, I did it a few months ago. I did the
65.
same kind of thing. I just rubbed my eye, scratched it, got an infection in it, and yeah, similar kind of thing. Of course, if you're not playing darts at the time, it don't, more often the discomfort, I suppose it doesn't really matter.
28. Adam, your requires 16.
Oh, I'd like to hedge a bet that I think we're going to go all the way in this match. Although Hunt does need
No
to hit the
score.
double. Yeah, that was probably good thinking from him there.
Yeah, you don't want to end up on double
double,
one. Westy,
no.
it's a 137 here. You're in all sorts of trouble.
$97. Adam, your requires 16. Game show on the 6th flag. Adam Hunt.
Paid off, and that is a 6th hold of throw. And we go all the
7th
way.
and final against Steve to throw first. Game on.
I mean, what's the chances that this is going to be the leg where there's a break? This is what happens.
Yeah,
60.
with only a 60 start. I'm not sure how much they know of the situation.
99.
Adam Hunt would know. He's been here before.
Yeah. Yeah, Westy on debut, of course. I'm not sure. I suppose it's down to the individual who they feel like they'd
45.
rather play, or if I suppose it just doesn't matter.
$98.
Needs another.
140.
Prior to that, had pretty much stolen the throw. He's only really a dart behind.
100.
And of course, with Steve West, he's left eye dominant,
140.
which makes the situation even more difficult for him. He said as he was drawing the dart back earlier, because the left eye is the dominant eye, that was the one that was beginning to blur.
40. Stevie Rock, 160.
Couldn't even throw a straight dart. I was like, oh, great.
Excellent. Just what you want.
Yeah.
56. Enemy require 164. $32. Stevie requires 60.
Made a bit of a mess of that.
Oh, did.
Game shot and the match. Steve West.
Steve West, clinical on tops and a good doubling display in the end. 4 out of 8, 50%. He gets the win. And Steve West will play the winner of our next match. Steve West, 95.21, winning all 3. 4 140s, 3 180s and 6 in the match. Up next, our final match of the group stages. Tony Wood faces Lee Budgen.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we know that Steve West is going to be the man at the top of Group 1. He's going to have the advantage of throw in the first of our semi-finals this evening after getting the better of Adam Hunt by 4 legs to 3. Shock horror, 4 legs to 3. He played every leg bar 1 available so far this evening at the live lounge in Portsmouth. Let's delve into the stats then from our 5th match of the evening, because it was a high-quality affair between the pair. A 95.21 average for Steve West, 3 maximums apiece. Steve West has played 2 matches this evening. He's had 6 180s to his name. In terms of the doubling, 50% for West. For Adam Hunt, 3 out of 7. And so it's Steve West who'll have the advantage of throw in our first semi-final. That is on 10 p.m. this evening here on Sporty Stuff TV and on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Well, we're going to move into Group 2, and the final game there is going to see who makes their way through out of the group. It's going to see Tony Wood in action. He takes on Lee Budgen. We already know that Fallon Sherrock is the winner of that group, and she's going to have the advantage of throw in our second semi-final a little bit later on the season. The winner of this match will take on Steve West from 10 o'clock, the first semi-final here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel and on Sporty Stuff TV. It is bound to be an exciting encounter to see our semi-final lineup rounded off in the company of Corinne Hammond and Chris Mason.
Thanks, Henry. Yeah, so we know that this is a straight shootout, and the
first leg, it's
winner
Tony to
will
throw
play
first.
Steve West in our first
Game
semi,
on.
and our second semi-final is Fallon against Adam Hunt. Nice and simple for us, Corinne.
It is very simple, and I expect that we're going to see an all-out great game here. Well, we're either going to see a really great game, or it's going to be one that's full of nerves and tension.
Yeah, well, they both have similarities. They're both very measured, aren't they? They really focus
60.
and throw every dart. They're aimers rather than throwers.
And they both tend to show a bit of emotion on their face as well.
Playing
140
for my supper, but I quite happily play one of these at poker for my supper.
40.
Outside of the charity event a week today, when is the next serious darts for you?
Well, that will be the next PDC Women's Series, which is in May.
140.
And then I think the following weekend is the first of the ADC Women's Series.
45.
Deal. On the back of that, you'll be well.
I haven't played back-to-back weekends of darts for a long time.
The elbow will be sore.
Yeah. And then actually straight off the back of...
as will the feet.
Yeah. Straight off the back of the ADC weekend.
59.
Making my first trip home to Australia in nearly 5 years. So very excited about that.
Oh, lovely. I literally was just about to ask you that. If you
41.
Planning on going
Tony
back
require
this year.
104.
Very nice. I'd love to go, but I couldn't do the flight.
Well, I mean, I'm a bit out of practice with it. Like I said, it's been nearly 5 years, so...
Well, the kind of flights you've been doing whilst being here are equivalent to just little internal flights back home.
Exactly.
$41. Tony require 12.
Well, I think we can say that Budgen's playing with a bit of nerves and tensions. Maybe he seems to be well off the pace in this leg.
Well, he doesn't have fond memories of his last final nights because he was in an identical situation to this one.
6.
Where's your stopover for your flight back home?
Kuala Lumpur.
Oh, nice.
Short layover though. I'm
64.
Get off one plane,
Tony
get on the
requires.
next, and I don't want to hang around in airports and just get it done.
No score.
Australia, definitely on my bucket list. Definitely going to do it.
You definitely have to.
100. Tony requires 6.
Oh, he's switching.
Game
With
shown the
success.
first leg. Tony Wood.
When it works, Corin, it's the right way.
Exactly. When it doesn't, you think, why did you do that? No, we'd already had enough darts at double 3.
Second leg
and
is
let's
leads
be
throw
honest,
first.
it's not a favourable double, is
No.
it?
It is horrendous. It's like all those
80.
ones that don't break down, but that one's the ultimate one because it's
Straight
one
from the
double
bottom
one
to the top, yeah.
Gonna spit some bars there. Started from the bottom, now we're here.
60.
Have any plans to do any darts while you're back home?
I did actually find out the other day
100.
that there is a tournament on in Victoria the last weekend that I'm there. So hadn't planned on, and being played at my most favourite club to play at back home at the Geelong Darts Club. So
Oh, I've heard of. Yeah, I've heard of that. Yeah, they have big tournaments there, don't they?
yeah, so it's the Australian
96.
Masters that are
Yeah.
on. I didn't know. So yeah, I
And a
might
great
actually.
opportunity to catch up with friends from
Yep.
from way back.
So I don't know. I hadn't planned on taking my darts,
87.
but I might now.
Well, you won't be just taking hand luggage, so get them in the
No.
hold.
No, and I was smart enough to book more luggage for the trip back home than what I am on the way out because, I've gonna have to pack myself some Australian delicacies to bring back all the things that I've
137.
been missing out on.
Vegemite.
No, you can get Vegemite in Asda.
Oh,
Like Tim Tams and Twisties.
177.
Well, we thought he was off the ball in the first leg, but he's certainly brought it on in the second one.
100. They
sure
require
has.
57.
57 after 12. A beautiful 177 to leave the 57.
Game shown the
tops.
second leg.
14
Lee
darter.
Budgen.
That's the kind of legs we were expecting.
Filling it's Tony to throw first. Game on. $140.
Actually had a nice surprise the last time I went to the Phoenix Club because Wayne Weaning was over with his son, and
Yeah.
we worked it out. I'd
100.
not seen Wayne, and I don't think I'd seen Russell Stewart at the same time. I think it was the Swedish Open in the mid-90s was the last time I'd seen Wayne. So it was lovely catching up.
Yes, he is one person that I am going to attempt to catch up with when I
100.
do go home. Was speaking with him to him the other day.
His son is some player. He absolutely
Mm-hmm.
handed me my backside in the semi-final in there.
180.
He beat Whitlock in the final.
Yeah. And I think he has
Brando.
won- yeah, and I'm pretty sure he's won a couple of events back home since making that trip over here. So that that was 6 months ago now, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
100.
Yes, Wayne was very kind to me and did bring me some twisties and Tim Tams and chicken salt when he came over.
140. Tony require 161.
All those things that we find difficult to get. I mean, you can get Tim Tams from here, but you pay an absolute fortune for them.
What are they?
Well, a lot of people say they're just like penguins, but they are elite to penguins.
137.
No.
They require 81.
Yeah, it's quite strange.
75.
I spent a lot
Tony
of time
required
in
24.
America, and their chocolate's not really like chocolate. It's candy, isn't it?
Yeah.
back down there again, Corin.
They've both done the same thing. Hit the
18.
double 9, going
Lee
for the double
requires
12.
6.
Left themselves 6.
And this is why we don't like it.
No score. Tony requires
But he
6.
did take, I mean, double 3, you have to go straight at it
Yeah,
with your
you've got to
first
burn
dart.
that dart, haven't
Yeah.
you? Gonna have to pick a side.
No score. Lee requires 6.
You wonder why he didn't split it when
Well,
he did it successfully
Exactly.
previously.
Game show on the third leg. Lee Budgen.
Well, he's missed. Tony Wood, that is. 13 darts
Well,
at
it's
a
Lee
double.
to throw first. Game on.
I think 12 of them would have been a double 3.
Yeah.
And it was still only 17
59.
darter.
$140.
He has to break back here, Tony. He's going to run out of legs.
41.
Opportunity here now.
Or is 40 in front on the Budgen throw plus these.
$60.
Didn't really jump on it though.
No.
100.
So much riding on this match, of course.
Oh, it's almost like you can feel the tension.
Yeah.
140.
Certainly not playing with the freedom that we saw between Hunt and West in the previous match.
Well, it just feels...
134.
You can feel the tension. And
Tony record
you can't really blame him. You
161.
think they... Well, for Tony as well, he's played all week to be at this moment, and it's either in or out. It's either over it,
Yeah.
or you're in the semi-final. There's no second bites of the cherry. That's 63 scored. 98 remaining.
123.
Couldn't
Lee
have
record
done much better than that.
167.
Nope. But again, leaving a not a pleasant double. Would be interesting to
99.
see if he splits
Tony
it, because
requires
he's had no
38.
success down here in this area.
Just needs to go at it with the first dart. No, he's just splitting it.
Game
Worked
show on
out
the
well
fourth
for him.
leg.
Both times
Tony
he's
Wood.
both times he's chose to split. He's been successful.
Fifth leg, it's Tony to throw first. Game on.
14 dart break back. Now it's in his hands.
$62. $180.
He does hit some of those.
He does, and he does hit those big scores at the right time.
Yeah.
$140.
3 in his opening match against Fallon.
57.
2. Already got 2 in this one. Only just over halfway there potentially.
137.
Hasn't left him a finish though.
58.
Fortunately for him, it doesn't matter. So now it's just about the approach play.
$84.
Going for the ball there to leave himself 32.
Right shot, I suppose, because the
180.
There's
Tony requires
another.
78.
Yeah, the 25 would have left him 57, wouldn't it?
He was just outside in that 4.
Game's on the 5th leg.
Doubling
Tony
away
Wood.
from double 3 has been okay, and he was really under the cosh there.
6th leg is Lee to throw first.
Yes, because
Game
they had hit another perfectly timed 180.
To leave a double.
Yeah.
2 in the leg.
And didn't get a dart at a double.
No, back-to-back 14 darters
79.
for Tony Wood at the back end of the match. You look back over those 2 legs, he needed them. Budgen was ready to pounce and punish.
140.
Both have plenty of resilience.
140.
Let's see the 140 column being dominated by Tony. However, they're being cancelled out by the 180s from Budgen.
96.
In terms of averages, Corin.
Similar. But when you think about how many darts at a double Wood has missed, there's been quite a few of them. That's really brought his average down.
Well, so far, they've not been unlucky, but it is
60.
13 missed darts at a double. Only 5 for Budgen, but he's only had 7 opportunities. Tony Wood's had 16.
57.
He needs at least 1 treble here because I feel like 60's not going to really put all that much pressure on.
You're almost giving Budgen 6 at 129.
Yeah.
93. Lee record 129.
That was well off the mark for the treble 20.
Tony require 108.
Unlike him.
Yeah. An opportunity now to close out the match with a 108. He's an 18s man off the 108. That worked well.
90.
Very, very close for the match.
Lee require 48.
We didn't get to see too much of it.
I wasn't quite sure. I was waiting for Owen's call there.
Yeah, I was waiting for the game shot in the match to come in.
Game shot on the 6th
leg. Not going to happen in this leg, though. We are going all the way.
Shock horror.
Who'd have thought that?
We'll have to
7
put
for the
overtime
final against Tony
Yeah,
to
I
throw
think so.
first. Game on.
Yes, I remember saying in the very first match, is this how the night's going to play out? Shouldn't have said anything.
140.
No, it does make for good entertainment, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's great viewing.
95.
I'm enjoying the action, or if you've got any questions for myself or Corin, get in touch via at MSS Darts, all one word, on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Do you have Twitter, Corin?
Yes, I do. Oh, that's right. You don't have Twitter these days,
No,
do you, Mace?
no. It's
100.
over 3 years I've been abstaining.
Oh.
I get to read loads of bile elsewhere or get sent it anyway.
42.
So not like I'm missing out on the... You've got to call it banter.
That's one way to put it, isn't it?
Yeah, there is another word, but it's still a little early.
$100. $135.
Just the wrong side of the
Tony
wire there
require
for
161.
Who's going to be the king of the ADC qualifiers?
97.
Right now, it's looking like Wood, but watch out for the 180.
Yeah. Well, you know, he was close to it that last shot. Just went on the wrong side of the wire there for the treble 5.
70. Tony
Oh,
requires
he's not
64.
even been able to leave himself a finish now. It's all going wrong for him.
Yeah, that's a disaster. Gives Tony Wood 6 at this, and it just takes the pressure off.
Mm-hmm.
No surprise, he's at the 48. And it is Tony Wood who prevails and takes his place in the semi-final. A real tight, fought-out battle. An end average for Tony Wood of 91.22, despite 15 missed darts at the double. A staggering amount. 140s in that and 10 scores between a ton and 139. So when we do come back, will be Steve West against Tony Wood in our first semi-final. Our second semi-final, Fallon Sherrock against Adam Hunt.
Welcome back to the Super Series, where our semi-finals are now set. We've got a little bit of a break before you head over to Sporty Stuff TV at 10 o'clock. And on Thursday evening, Chris Murphy caught up with Fallon Sherrock on the back of a historic 9-dart finish at the Challenge Tour last weekend, the first by a female player in PDC competition in history. Chris caught up with her to talk about that and how the women's game continues to evolve.
You've been making history again. First woman to hit a 9-dart finish in the PDC. How did it feel when the double... what double was it actually? What route did you go for it?
I went the traditional route. I went with the double 12 at the end. Yeah, to be fair, when I hit it, I don't think I realised what I'd actually done until actually walking up to the board and I took the dart out. And I was like, oh, I've just hit a 9-darter. And I thought, I always had this imagination in my head that if I did hit a 9-darter, because I've been so close so many times, that I'd celebrate or something, but I didn't. I literally just took my darts out and walked straight round, and then the opponent I was playing fist pumped me, and I fist pumped him back, just turned back round and carried on playing. I was like, surely I needed 5 minutes or something, but yeah, no.
You're someone who's usually had your big moments in front of the cameras, so to kind of do it on the Challenge Tour away from the attention, but it still got a lot of attention, didn't it, afterwards?
Yeah, no, but I'm quite happy that it did get the attention, because it just meant, you know, that the world still likes the idea of a woman being part of the darts as well. So, you know, it's not just me now. You know, you've got Lisa, you've got Bo and all that play in it. So next time they do something special, hopefully they get the, you know, audience to it as well. But yeah, no, I'm just so happy, you know, that it went a bit mad again.
And of course, one thing that we haven't seen a woman do yet is hit a 9-darter in front of the TV cameras. Maybe that's next for you. Maybe even at the MODUS Super Series. Yeah,
well, to be fair, I've done it once now, so I'm sure I'll probably be able to do it again. I mean, at the Grand Slam, I got close. I hit 7 trebles there. So, I mean, who's to say that I can't do it here or next on TV?
Another thing that is new for you, you played in the Pro Tour for the first time as well. How did that come about? Was it a bit of luck just being there with Cami? And how did it feel to play it on the PDC Pro Tour for the first time?
Yeah, no, I think it was a bit of luck, because obviously where I was there with Cami anyway, because I was playing in the Challenge Tour prior, I just decided to stay over with him for them extra couple of days. And I literally got a phone call at 11 o'clock to say, oh yeah, get ready, put your shirt on, get your darts you're playing. So I was like all rushing about, trying to get there, get to the venue, you know, trying to prepare. So I was really excited to play in it. I'm a bit disappointed with how I played, but at the same time, I was rushing about. I didn't prepare how I normally would, but coming back from the experience from it, if I do get another experience to play in it, I know how to prep myself better for next time.
Yeah, like a lot of people, I watched the match on Dart Connect. You did actually hit a few 180s, didn't you? But it was just not much in between, a few poor scores as well.
Yeah, it was the inconsistency, I thought. I think I missed a couple of darts at doubles the first couple of legs, and then I was overthinking. I was like, I shouldn't be in this position. I shouldn't be, 3-0 down or 2-0 down or whatever it was. And then I remember bringing it back, and then I just kind of was like just trying a bit too hard, I think it was. And I think, yeah, I see the post on, Twitter with my bad scores, but I think they're missing the fact that I hit a 180 at the end of it. But yeah, no, that was just a bit inconsistency. But I think, it was one of them, it's one of them experiences that I'm happy that I got, but I definitely weren't prepared for it.
That is something you've had to deal with, isn't it? People, like, just when you were selected for the Challenge Tour, people put on social media, or Fallon's been invited to another event. That obviously wasn't the case. The rules were followed. You were the next player available to attend. How have you dealt with that kind of so well for the last few years?
To be fair, I've just had to deal with it. I haven't had a choice. I've had to deal with it. Like, my thing is to not read anything. Yes, I might see stuff online, but I'd never read the comments. So, I mean, people can write what they want. I'm not going to read it. And I mean, you can try and message me as much as you want. I'm definitely not opening your messages. But yeah, no, it's just kind of like when I won the 2 games at the World, I literally got thrown into it. And it's the same with anything that I do now on social media. I'm just thrown into it, and it's either good or it's bad. There's never anything that's just constantly good. There's always bad to it, but I know that's why I choose not to look.
Yeah, let's just take a trip back. You mentioned the run at the World Championship. When you won that first match against Ted Everts, the first sort of history-making moment in your career. Obviously, you've just turned up to the tournament with the intention of winning a darts match and won one, but the next 24 hours were an incredible whirlwind. What do you remember about that period?
Just a blur. Literally just got thrown from one interview to the other, and I just remember, starting off at like really early in the morning, like 6 in the morning. I don't think I got back to my hotel room until like 11 or something like that, because it was just constant going around London, doing interviews left, right and centre. That's probably why I could actually speak quite well in an interview now. But yeah, it's one of them. You just get thrown in at the opportunities, and if you don't take the opportunities, you'll never know how you're going to deal with the situation unless you're thrown into it.
And then you have got a lot of opportunities since then. I think people forget as well the height of your kind of fame and what you'd achieved. COVID came very quickly, so you missed out on a lot that you would have been doing. But then when the opportunities did come, you had that fantastic run at the Grand Slam, final of the World Series event, played at Madison Square Garden in New York. Do you have a favourite moment from the last sort of 3 years?
I don't have a particular favourite. I mean, probably the last few months, I think if I sit there and look back, because my game dipped a little bit, so it'd be like, you know, winning the match play and stuff like that would be the the few months. But obviously getting to the quarters of the Grand Slam,
Yeah, it was, yeah.
that's definitely a moment for me as well, if you want to go after the Worlds and stuff like that, because, you know, no one else has really got the opportunity to do it yet. Like, given a couple of years, I eventually think another woman will get there, if not further. But it's always nice to kind of open up the stepping stone and just kind of say to the world, like, we can do it. And it's just nice, you know, that I had the opportunity and I took advantage of it.
Yeah, first woman to beat a man in the PDC World Championship, first woman to win the first ever women's world match play, first woman now to hit a 9-darter in the PDC. What else do you want to achieve in your career, and is there anything else that you want to achieve first?
Well, I think there's a lot of firsts that I've done as well. So, you know, maybe the next one is, because I do want to win a world title. That is something that I want to do before, you know, I finish playing darts. And judging by all this is going, if I do a lucky run or if I start playing well, who knows, the PDC World Championship might be my first world title, because everything I seem to do is a first in the PDC, so why not that one?
Watch this space. Thank you very much, Fallon.
A very good evening and welcome to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where it is finals night here in week 7 at the MODUS Super Series. We have made it to the semi-final stage where only 4 players are left in the race to join the Champions Week field. And we have seen some darting drama over our group stage matches earlier on this evening. Here's the best of the action as described by Corinne Hammond and Chris Mason.
15 and tops to double his lead. Well, it was the one area of game. Yes, he won Group A. And with a little bit to spare in the end, but across Monday and probably halfway through Tuesday, the doubling was a big concern for him. Wins for David Cameron over Painter, Howson over Thornton.
98.
Martin Adams just getting the better of Trina Gulliver. Good to see Trina playing so well.
Game show on the third leg.
There was also a lovely moment where
David have an opportunity to break in the very first leg with 96. Couldn't find the double 18. Can't find the treble in this shot.
Would you have gone the double-double there on the 76?
Oh, I'm not a double-double person. I think it's hard enough to hit one.
Touche.
Game shot on the mark.
And Adam Hunt does make a winning start. The winner of Group A makes That's it, 1 from 1.
43. Fallon required 20. Game shot on the first leg. Fallon Sherrock.
Nice little break of throw. Is it
14.
the pressure?
Oh, yeah, we've talked about this already,
Fallon
though, about once you start missing
118.
one, then they all, you know, the double gets to be the size of a pinhead.
Ooh, double 19 for the steal.
Game shot on the third leg. Fallon Sherrock.
Super finish that is. And that will add even more pressure when you're watching your opponent pin these. It sort of almost feels like going to the dentist, doesn't it?
They require 40.
Particularly if you're not playing well.
Yeah.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Super leg.
Lee Budgen.
From Lee Budgen, a 180 in there and a 13 dart break back.
Was only the width of a wire, wasn't
40.
it?
The doubling's been good. 3 from 4.
Game shot
and that becomes 4 from 5.
Fallon Sherrock.
And Fallon Sherrock breaks the cycle, eventually winning a match or not losing.
57.
For a young man that was mainly playing online and playing remotely.
Game shot on the first leg. David Wawrzewski.
One of the very few good news stories of lockdown.
Yeah, there you go. Good point, well made.
Wasn't it?
Well, when working here the week, you do end up with jet lag.
Game shot on the third leg.
12
Steve
darter.
West.
And a break of throw.
And wasted one at a double as well.
Oh dear, that's the
16.
danger on that double.
Stevie
There's
required
no breakdown.
24. Game shot on the fifth leg.
Three on the
Steve
spin
West.
now for Steve West, and what a turnaround. Trailed 2-0, looked in all sorts of trouble.
64. Stevie requires 16.
Match start incoming.
Game shot on the match.
For Steve West as he just gets over the line in what was an absolutely cracking game of darts.
COVID testing and making sure we're following all the regulations and all those kind of things, yeah.
48.
The players had to be
Fallon
tested and then
76.
segregated. It was double 8 for another 2-darter.
Game shot on the second leg.
Pins it
Fallon Sherrock.
again. And 4 out of 5 in match 1 is now 2 out of 2. Would have left 90.
102.
Wowzers.
Tony required
Not
32.
a million miles away.
$16.
Oh, you feel
Fallon
that he
required
really needed that.
25. Game shot on the third leg.
This could well
Fallon
be
Sherrock.
a game changer. One of only 2 darts missed at a double in 2 matches so far.
Below the treble for the first start, yeah.
140. Tony
There's that
required 40.
2 treble visit, a 5th 140 in the match for Fallon.
Game shot on the
No
fourth
mistake
leg.
this time.
Tony Wood.
He blesses himself. Very close. I had to give it a second look.
94. Fallon required 20. Game shot
Super
on the
dart from Fallon.
match.
Straight
Fallon
down the
Sherrock.
side of the guide. Well, will be Tony Wood against Lee Budgen in a straight shootout.
54.
The tempo's
Stevie
good to
required
the match.
40.
Got a lovely flow to it.
Game shot on the third
This is
leg.
the result
Steve
of that.
West. $134. Stevie requires 70.
Super reply from Adam Hunt. Been really impressed with him this week. Started off a little ledgy, but really grew in
50.
to the Group
And
A.
we're going 56.
Ended up winning it by a couple of points in the end.
Game's on the 4 flag.
With darts
Adam
like
Hunt.
this. Oh, great.
Excellent, just what you want.
Yeah.
56. Adam, you require 164. $32. Stevie requires 60.
Made a bit of a mess of that.
Oh, did.
Game shot and the match. Steve West.
Steve West, clinical on tops and a good doubling display in Vegemite.
No, you can get Vegemite and Asda.
Oh.
Like Tim Tams.
177.
Well, we thought he was off the ball in the first leg, but he's certainly brought it on in the second one.
100. They require
Sure has. 57 after 12. A beautiful 177 to leave the 57.
Game shot on the second leg.
14 darter. That's the kind of legs we were expecting. Right shot, I suppose, because the
180.
There's
Tony requires
another.
78.
Yeah, the 25 would have left him 57, wouldn't it?
He was just outside in that 4.
Game's on the 5th leg.
Doubling.
Tony
away
Wood.
from double 3 has been okay, and he right shot, I suppose, because the
180.
There's
Tony requires
another.
78.
Yeah, the 25 would have left him 57, wouldn't it?
He was just outside in that 4.
Game's on the 5th leg.
Doubling.
Tony
away
Wood.
from double 3 has been okay, and he.
So in those some extended highlights from our evening session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Well, we've had a bumper crowd, we've had a bumper session, we've seen, well, pretty much every leg we could have seen so far this evening. And so let's get through what we have seen. We'll begin with the results then from our first 6 matches. Well, as I say, we've seen all but one leg in our 6 matches so far. The only one that didn't go to the 7 was the game that ironically went to the 7 in the pool stages between Fallon Sherrock and Lee Budgen. She's into the semi-finals. Let's have a look at how the group tables rounded up in the end. Steve West and Fallon Sherrock, the group winners. So they're going to have the advantage of throw in their respective semi-finals. Adam Hunt and Tony Wood, the other 2 players to make their way through. David Wawrzewski lost 2 games 4-3. He's been eliminated, as has Lee Budgen. And so it now sets fair our semi-final lineup here. And it's going to begin with the battle between Steve West and Tony Wood. West, because he won that game against Adam Hunt in game 5, means he topped the group. He has the advantage of throw in our first semi-final, and we are going to get it all underway now in the company of our commentary team of Chris Mason and Corinne Hammond. Evening, guys.
Evening, Henry. Thank you very much. Well, we're all up to speed, and this is semi-final number 1. Been a real tight tungsten tussle over the last couple of hours.
Tungsten tussle. Did you pick that up from Henry by any chance?
It is one of Henry's little specials.
Yes, the darting drama of the tungsten tussle.
Yeah, he likes a bit of alliteration, does our Henry. And he's safely up on the balcony. Yeah, fascinating little tie, this one. These 2, of course, played in Group A. They've been here for the entirety of the week.
Okay, first leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
People could sometimes underestimate how tiring it is to play 6 days of darts.
After 3 days, I just started to feel it. And then on day 4, I sort of had a second wind. On day 5, I was just out on my feet. I just literally couldn't, my brain wouldn't work. What a start. A statement of intent early.
119.
They met on Monday. And in Group A, Steve West on 4-0 using 60 darts in total. 4 out of 7 on the doubles, a 157 out. 100.20 average for Zip. Convincing as it gets.
And I'm sure he's hoping to replicate that tonight.
Wouldn't he?
180.
Tony got revenge on Tuesday, winning 4-2.
45.
And on Wednesday, it was a 4-3 win for Steve West. So he currently has the bragging rights.
97. Stevie Rock 136.
Repeat or revenge?
$96. Tony Maguire 105.
Those players are more than up for this one.
Well, I was going to say we were 12 darts in and 2 180s already been thrown.
Can still finish. Has a couple of options. Went for the 45 for tops.
65. Stevie Require 40. Game shot on the first leg. Steve West.
Huge relief.
Thank you,
for Steve, to see that go in. 15 dart hold, and well, Tony Wood was waiting. Unfortunately, someone getting a little excited.
Second leg, it's Tony to throw first. Game on.
They will be asked to leave. This isn't a little game down the pub. These guys are playing for £5,000 in a place in Champions Week where they could potentially take away 20. We don't have any of that here at the Super Series.
74.
No, that won't be tolerated at all.
No, absolutely not. Thing is, when it's at a big venue and it's a wall of noise with thousands of people in there, you don't hear an individual. But when you get in the best of order to allow you to concentrate, those individual noises can catch you out.
99.
It is often better to have that constant noise so then you don't pick up on every little pin drop.
100.
Years ago, and my first real introduction into darts, there used to be a pub in Bristol.
83.
I can't remember the actual name of the pub, but everybody used to call it the Game On because there was a playing area, and then above it there was a light that said Game On, and when that was lit up,
95.
just dead silent in there.
Wow.
Yeah, my dad. I always remember my dad get me a bottle of Coke. Used to get them with a straw and a packet of crisps, and the light had come on, and he'd look at me and sort of look at the packet and go, "Don't you dare, son."
Don't you crinkle that packet.
No. But yeah, it
47.
was how it was played back then. Loads of noise in between visits, but when you were throwing, you were always given the best of order.
134.
Like you say, I used to feel added tension. That Lakeside was, because you literally felt like everybody was spurring in the back of your head. It was so quiet.
58. Stevie requires 72.
The Circus Tavern atmosphere. Most intimidating at times. Tops for 2-0.
Game
back
show
to back
the second leg.
15s.
Steve West.
Well, the first meeting over the week, it was an average
So
leg
look
of
at Steve
15
to throw
over the
first.
course of 4-0 that won it for Tony. For Steve. Tony was on the wrong end. Is some start.
$85.
Tony yet to get a dart at the double, and So quick out the blocks. Steve West has been.
100. 140.
Both have family here. And his partner, this is what you call friends. One of Tony's pals picked up his wife from Newcastle, brought him all the way here.
Hey,
brought her all the way here, dropped her off, and then drove all the way home.
No, didn't even stay.
Nope.
Wow, that is a good mate.
13-hour round trip.
140. 100. Steve, you're 136.
He doesn't take this. It's all about the approach play and setting up. He went for the 48 top scoring.
80.
He did that the last time he was on 136 as well.
Well spotted. My bad.
When players have that favourite double, they'll do just about anything to get there.
140. Steve, you're 156.
Go some real unusual ways.
Game show on the third leg.
If he's going to be as good at tops as what he has showed so far in this match, then yeah, why not?
Yeah, absolutely.
Fourth leg, it's Tony to throw first. Game on.
3 out of 5 on the double, 60%, an average of 102.48. 1 180, 3 140s, 3 scores of between a ton and 139. That's
okay.
Right, special.
60.
You're a hard taskmaster, you.
I have high expectations.
I won't want to play mixed pairs with you. You know, just a 180. Another
140. 60. 140.
He's just on song now, isn't he?
Yeah. He's playing at the higher end of tour card holder levels.
60.
But this is a player that has beaten MVG under the lights.
100.
On TV. And there's too many players he hasn't beaten.
$180. Stevie Rock 121.
Of course, a former world master. A back-to-back finals.
Oh, he's overshot the treble 11
81.
there.
Chasing
Tony
the treble,
McGuire,
getting a bit greedy, but look what he's left.
What a surprise. Well, that grit of the teeth there from Tony Wood
105.
pretty much sums it up. Feels like he needed to get that 1-4-1.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to hold your hands up and say, well, he was just too good. And so far in this one, Tony West was just too good. Winning legs of 15, 15, 14 and 15. Secure a 4-0 win, an average of 101.9. Steve West is our first player into the final. I think Tony's just saying to him, just way too good. Tony Wood averaged nearly 95, did not get a single dart at the double. When we come back, semi-final number 2. It is Fallon Sherrock against Adam Hunt.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
And it is the scene of some brilliant darts, and what a performance we've just seen from Steve West to get the better of Tony Wood in our first semi-final here at the Super Series by 4-0. Corinne Hammond is with me up here on the balcony to talk all about it. Well, talk about putting in performances when you need it the most.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, right timing from Steve there. And I think that he's just thrown down the gauntlet. He's going to be incredibly difficult to beat in that final.
Well, these are the stats on your screen now. Average just underneath 102. It's around about the 104, 105 mark for the most part of it. Tony Wood averaged just under 95, and he didn't even get a double.
I know, that's just savage from West, wasn't it, really? He was clinical on his finishing. I mean, he did have a couple of missed darts, but they were all within the 3 darts in hand. He never, walked away from having missed 3 darts at a double or a dart at a double to have to wait for the next shot. So, yeah, it was well done by him.
Well, it's our favourite time of the week, Corinne. You know what time it is.
It's at our checkout of the week.
It is checkout of the week time. Let's have a look and see what our 5 contenders are tonight. Coming in at number 8, letter 8, Adam Lipsker's 164 against Willie Borland there. That was to break the throw in that match. Fallon Sherrock, well, she's been the queen of the big finishes this week, taking out this 136 with Steve West sat on 84 for the match. Inevitably, that game went 4-3. Lee Budgen took out this 160 to win the match against Willie Borland. Guess what the scoreline was? It was 4-3. Your 4th contender is this 157 from Steve West against Tony Wood. This was in Group A on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday respectively. And your final contender is one by Tony Wood, this 161 against Canadian legend, that is John Part. And you can vote for your favourite on Twitter. It is at MSSDarts, ABCDE. Put your votes in and we'll tell you the winner between the second semi-final and our final. Well, that is our checkout of the week. Our second semi-final between Fallon Sherrock and Adam Hunt is going to kick off very shortly indeed. But before we do that, we thought we'd delve back into the Super Series archive with some of the golden moments over the last 8 months or so. And we begin with our first ever 9-dart shootout. And boy, was there some drama there. Paul Nicholson was in commentary alongside some bloke you may have heard of before. Welcome to Super Series history. For the first time, we have a 9-dart shootout. And to the best of our knowledge, it's the first time there's ever been a televised three-way 9-dart shootout.
What we can tell you is that Lee Shewan will throw first. He'll have 3 darts. Then it will be Andy. Then it will be Ryan.
100.
Ryan won the bull off in the practice room. He chose to throw last. Andy then chose to throw second. Lee Shewan had no option but to throw first. And Lee starts strongly, but not as strong as Andy.
140.
Terrific start. Finesse under the pump from the very off.
Remember, it is the 2 players with the highest scores from the 9 darts that progress. So the lowest score will be eliminated.
And the highest 58. Will win the group. Finesse behind after the first visit.
100.
Shewan's in good shape. 2 tons is very good in this spot. It is conceivable that Ryan Finesse may be too far behind when it comes to his third visit. His second visit is going to have to be really interesting.
81.
At an absolute minimum now, Finesse needs a 140.
The only person who has been in a 9-dart shootout before is Andy Hamilton. He's won one and lost one. Wow, from Finesse, a 180 in the shootout, and he takes the lead.
He's now the favourite, and that's a single one from Shewan. But that's a big triple 20.
66.
But it's a slip with the last dart. And so Andy Hamilton now only needs 46 points to progress.
Shewan can do nothing. $46 points to give him a 1-point buffer. Hamilton has made it. Finesse is also there. Lee Shewan is out. And Ryan Finesse wins the group in the 9-dart shootout. That was thrilling. Wow, Henry, what do you make of that?
Well, I'll tell you what I made of that, Paul. It was quite dramatic and one of our most famous moments here at the MODUS Super Series. Well, we are about to get going with our second semi-final here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It sees the Queen of the Palace in action, Fallon Sherrock. She takes on Adam Hunt. Now, Sherrock was the winner of Group 2, winning both of her matches to progress her way into the semi-finals, whilst Adam Hunt, he was through by the time he played Steve West in his second match, but he lost that game, and so it's going to be Sherrock who has the advantage of throw in this second semi-final. The victor of this will play Steve West in the final for that £5,000 first prize, and of course that place at Champions League. Well, we began on Monday morning with 12 contenders that wanted to get to the point that we're going to see just past 11 o'clock this evening. There's now only 3 that can lift that week 7 check. Steve West is going to be one of them. Who's going to join him in the final? We are about to find out. It's Fallon Sherrock up against Adam Hunt, and it's going to be watched in the company of Chris Mason and Cohen Hammond. It's all yours, guys.
Great. Fascinating little tie, this one. Great performance in our
I did
first
so well filling, and then I ruined it at the end.
Yeah, stunning performance from Steve West, winning 4-0 in 101.90.
Okay, first leg, it's
down the
Fallon
gauntlet,
to throw
hasn't he?
first.
Basically
Game
saying,
on.
follow that.
Yeah, he definitely is. I mean, that is going to be hard to beat.
45.
He can replicate that performance in the final. One of these two is going to have to throw the kitchen sink at him.
100.
Or just hit lots more 140s, 180s and finish with, you know, the first start of the double.
58.
So, pretty near perfect performance.
Yeah.
Might be what's needed. He looks up to the task. He has been very
58
all night. He won his first match with a 90 plus, and as I mentioned, his second. Adam
22
just got the better of David Wawrzewski 4-3 in our first match of the night. Then Fallon took care of Lee Budgen 4-2.
59.
She was 80% on the doubles, near immaculate. And Adam went down to Steve 4-3 with a 88.76 average. Had 3 180s in there. And Fallon defeated Tony 4-3, where Fallon averaged nearly 86.
100.
Both will have to find another level.
140.
Certainly seen glimpses from Fallon tonight, haven't we?
Yeah, some of her finishing has been amazing, really on point, and there's been those patches where you can where everything's gone in for her, whether it be
21
scoring or
96.
Yeah, the cover shots that the 2 treble visit on the 19s on cover has been her friend, and that's a beautiful dart.
80.
Very nearly a beautiful finish, but Adam Hunt on 163.
Yeah, I think she'd taken a step to the left to get that treble 20 and then didn't really adjust herself back for the double 8 there.
43. Fallon 16.
That don't reset back to their
Game
original
shot
position, and when she did.
Fallon
Exactly, because her double 8 has been bang on.
Yeah. Yeah, double 8 has been very good tonight.
Second against Adam to throw first.
Well, just asking Adam Hunt the question.
91. 82.
And funnily enough, we both did mention Steve West at the beginning of the night before a dial was thrown.
Yeah, I mean, he was
44.
although he'd not played a lot of darts, he was my pick on Monday morning, just by virtue of it hasn't been that long since he held a tour card.
34.
I just felt maybe the rest had done him good, and he would play himself into form, but
140.
didn't really need to. He hit the ground running, and he's played a solid week.
43.
And he doesn't look particularly fatigued, or barring the eye.
140. 56.
Could repost this after losing the opening leg. Down to 86 after 12. Doesn't need to go 18 balls, so throws a wide 18. 32 finds the double, doesn't find the double 16.
That would just be showing off with 2 doubles.
56. Enemy required 32.
There's not much in those first 2 doubles.
Can he find a way of
Game show the second
beautiful
leg.
dart. Had to change the angle of entry and almost crashed into the previous dart.
Third against Fallon to throw
nestled up
first.
against the
Game
wire. It was that close. It was the actual barrel was covering the double if he'd have stayed in his original position.
140. 140.
This one's starting to warm, simmering in the first couple of legs.
100. 96.
Both of them want to get that early lead.
Yep. Just to give you, it just gives you a cushion, doesn't it? Just helps you relax. That will help Fallon relax.
180.
It's the first max of this second semi-final.
60. Fallon, you require 81.
Hunt probably should have switched.
Game show on the third leg.
Wouldn't have mattered,
Fallon Sherrock.
Corin. It was a 12-dart hold. Impressive.
Fourth leg, it's Adam to throw first. $31.
An early mistake. Can Fallon cash in?
96.
He's just forcing Adam just to try that little bit too hard. Something you mentioned
44.
earlier on. That the only way really you can affect your opponent. Forcing a mistake.
58.
And that's the thing about being in the kind of environment that they're in, where you have a referee and you've got, even if you don't watch your opponent play, you're still going to hear what they score. You can't get away from it.
No.
because quite often you'll see when people play floor events and whatever, they don't pay attention to what
42.
their opponent's doing, so then they don't get themselves forced into that position to try and, you know, have to try harder because they're just concentrating on what they do. But in this kind of situation, you can't escape it.
56.
A very good point. Something I'd actually really thought about, but yeah, it's so true when you're playing in like a local knockout.
140.
You're just focused on you.
And the only time you'll tend to glance at, you know, what they're on is when you've, you know, got yourself a finish and you think, do I need to go the bullseye route here or don't I? So you have a quick glance to see what they're on. And
yeah, that's about the only time you would notice it. Do I need to lay up or do I need to go for it?
28. $65.
Thinking.
Good board management.
Yeah, either the ball or the 25 would have left her a finish. As it is, it's a 167. Rain is a little fried after coming to the conclusion of 2 consecutive weeks. But I don't recall a 167. I can't remember a 157 from Steve West because we've seen it in that little package.
And there was
60. Adam, you require 116.
Yeah. Got a couple of 160s this week.
We're not going to see a 116 just now.
No, and again, you've pretty much thrown
70. Fallon, you record 107.
Exclusively in the treble 20, and then you come down for 19s. But watch her do this and make me look silly.
Game shot the 4 flag.
It's always right when they go in.
5th leg, it's Fallon to throw first.
10 plus out of this semi-final, and only 180.
100.
Fallon convert, commanding position into a victory and a place in the final. As we know, anything can happen.
90.
Well, in her previous 2 matches, she was 3-0 up in both of them, and then we saw her get a 4-2 win the first match. Then Tony Wood came back to a 3-all, and so she had to do
180.
You know, 4-3. But she doesn't seem to be letting off
171.
No, that's a super reply. Potentially keeps him in the semi-final.
57.
Anything but that, and he'd have been in a world of trouble.
115.
That was a great recovery there after that wayward first start.
5 out of 6 on the... 5 out of 5 on the 19s, of course.
124.
Academy record 125 as well.
Yeah, equally as good, wasn't it? Right, you'll stay there. No, he needs the ball, and it's an open target. Ooh.
90. Fallon, record 40.
Quick.
Yeah, that was a bit of tension there, I think.
No tension there for Fallon Sherrock.
Fallon Sherrock.
As she wins 4 legs to 1 with an 87.96 average, 2 180s, 3 140s, 5 scores between a ton and 139. And again, very efficient on the checkout. So 107 finish, 4 out of 7 on the doubles. So we know our final here at the Super Series for week 7 will be Fallon Sherrock against Steve West.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where our final is set, and it is going to feature Fallon Sherrock in action up against Steve West. That was after the Queen of the Palace got the better of Adam Hunt in our second semi-final. Colin Hammond is with me up here on the balcony to assess that game. We can have a look at the stats from that game now, because I know how much you love the stats.
I love a stat.
Colin. Well, Fallon Sherrock gets over the line, 87.96 average, 2 maximums, 4 out of 7 on the doubles, 107 high finish, clinical.
Yeah, it was. She started off a bit slow in that first leg there, but then with a few, poor scores, and then pulled it together and just didn't look back from it. So, yeah, I mean, it feels like I was only here 5 minutes ago before the game even started, so it was quite quick, and I think it's going to make for a really interesting final.
Indeed. She's going to take on Steve West. He won the first semi-final. We'll preview that in a bit more detail a little bit later on. But before we do that, it's Check of the Week finals time.
Yes, excellent. I didn't even give you my vote.
Who was your vote, just before we get to the...
I think the 161. I love a top, bottom bullseye finish. So, yeah, that was mine.
Well, shall we see who won the vote?
Yes, we shall.
Well, VT.
164.
Another one there. For the ball, if he fancies it.
Game
he does fancy it, and he gets
Adam Lipscomb.
Awesome. Adam Lipscomb producing a party piece checkout. 57.
Indeed, it was the Adam Lipscomb 164. And he was unlucky not to be here tonight in the end, wasn't he?
Yeah, that came down to a last game decider between him and Steve West, didn't it? Yeah, I feel a bit for Adam. I mean, he's a great, talented player. As I mentioned earlier, he is local to here, so I do see him week in, week out playing. So, yeah, a little bit gutted for him that he wasn't able to play tonight, because I know that he would have had lots of friends and family here supporting him. So, I mean, but there's always next time.
Well, you're going to be back with us next week in the commentary box at the MODUS Super Series. Would you like to see who you are going to see in action? Because we have got a blockbuster lineup next week, which features the man who just defeated the Power at Blackpool in the Champion of Champions. Leonard Gates is going to be back for a second appearance. And elsewhere, we're going to see the reigning Dutch Open champion, Barry van Peer. He's played some great stuff on the Challenge Tour this year. James Hubble, the WDF star, Lisa Ashton in action as well. That Group A, that's tough.
Yeah, absolutely it is. Yeah, Lisa, James Hurrell, Barry van Peer, yeah, Ryan Harrington. Yeah, that is a tough group.
And then when it comes to Group B, Leonard Gates returns, Diogo Portello in the mix as well, and Justin Hood making a debut as well here in this competition. As for Group C, players we've seen here on many occasions at the Super Series. And I think players that going into this will fancy the opportunity to make it through to Saturday night and take that next step on their Super Series path.
Yeah, everybody wants an opportunity to be able to play here, whether that's in Group A, Group B, Group C. And then once you're here, you want the opportunity to be able to play on a Saturday night. And, and everyone wants to win. They want to be able to come back for Champions Week. Yeah, just everyone wants to do their best when they are here. But that's, that's most dart players every time they get up to the line to play anyway. They always want to do their best.
Well, Leonard Gates is going to be in action next week. We've already seen him in this phase, and he made it to the final back in week 2. Now, he took on Owen Bates for the £5,000 top prize, and it really was a scintillating final. And we thought we'd show you some of the best bits from that game to re-jog your memory as Leonard returns to the Super Series stage next week.
It's been a great
leg
standard
Leonard
so
to
far.
throw first, and we have the very best of order, please. Game on.
They've still managed to keep up with their averages there. Bates just under a ton. Gates just on the 95 there. Fantastic match so far.
Until the semi-finals, that's pretty much been Leonard Gates's
140.
Great start there from Leonard Gates.
$81.
Not the start Bates was looking for, but good recovery on that last start, finding the 57.
140 is only good if he backs this up with a treble 20 of some sort.
60.
And those were 3 very well thrown darts under the situation. But this is what this young man does.
140.
Well, 6 darts in and we're evenly matched. There's not much in it. 2 treble visit here from Bates is going to see him leave himself a finish.
140. Superb reply from Leonard Gates.
So a 2 treble visits needed from Bates. Now, not going to find it.
82. Leonard, you require 161.
Disappointed in himself there. So Gates doesn't need to go the bull route on this 161. He can just use this throw to set it up.
97.
Good darts there from Gates.
He should get 1 dart at double from here, Gates, no matter what Owen Bates does. 174.
Fantastic darts from Bates to put the pressure on him here.
Leonard, you require 64.
Another one of those for 32, or is he going to go the 8 tops route?
He's just checking his route. It's double 16 for the match and the title. 32. He could not get any closer.
There's a match start that's gone begging. So
Owen, you require 24.
Up to Bates now. He's got 3 darts in hand for 24 and the title.
Lovely marker.
Game. And your week 2 winner of the MODUS Super Series, Owen Bates.
3 is Owen Bates. The debutant takes the win this week.
Some final that was, wasn't it, between Owen Bates and Leonard Gates? And we're going to see Leonard all over again next week. We're looking forward to having Leonard back, aren't we?
Yeah, of course. He's just the gift that keeps on giving, honestly. Yeah, I'm excited to see him back here. I mean, he's still got a game to play. He's played today, he's playing tomorrow, then he'll be back. Yeah.
He's just playing darts everywhere.
He is, yeah. Loves it.
He loves it, and he loves the dancing as well. I promise I won't do any more. I promise, I promise, I promise, I promise. Right, let's get into the final then, because it is Steve West up against Fallon Sherrock. Well, the bookmakers at the beginning of the evening had these two as the 3rd and 4th favourite, respectively. Steve West 9-2, Fallon Sherrock 11-2 with the odds compilers. But when you look at the way Steve West has played throughout the course of the week, at 9-2, there's also to be snapped at. And tonight, he's found another level again.
Yeah, absolutely. He has just upped his game when it's come to finals night, but that's what you expect the players to do. I think that he has shown some good form over the week. He seems to have been a little bit more consistent, but he has played 5 days, where we've only seen Fallon in action Thursday, Friday, and then this evening. I do think that his consistency will get him the title tonight, but, you know, you can't underestimate Fallon at all.
Could it be one of those games where we've seen Steve's power scoring throughout the course of the week, but Sherrock, when she's been given the opportunity, she's by and large taken them?
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what it's all about. You have to take those opportunities that are presented to you. She's going to have to put in some big scoring to match his as well, in the consistency that he's been doing it. And I think if she gets on a finish, there's probably about 80 or 90% chance that she's going to take it, as her stats would suggest from this evening.
And there is a nice little plot to it as well, in the fact that Steve West is on debut in this competition, having dropped off the PDC Pro Tour at the end of 2022, whilst Fallon Sherrock won in Southampton, could win here, and if she did that, in the 12-week format, who will become the first woman to qualify for Champions Week.
Oh, absolutely. Another first for her. Well, she does like making those firsts, so, you know, as I said, don't underestimate her.
You mentioned in commentary with Chris Mason about her focus, her steely determination. You said that there was points there this evening where it just looked like it wouldn't have mattered what went on in the room. There could have been a fire alarm go off, and she probably wouldn't have noticed.
No, she does. She gets into those zones, and you can, for someone who, you know, has watched her play enough or knows her well enough or whatever, you can see the difference in her face and that look in her face, and you can tell when she's in those zones. And she has been in that zone a couple of times this evening, and when she's like that, very difficult to beat.
Finally, who's your winner?
Well, I did say I would think that Steve's consistency that he's shown is probably going to get him over the line, but like I said, I wouldn't underestimate Fallon, so Yeah, we'll see.
This could well be some final here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's Fallon Sherrock up against Steve West for £5,000 and the 7th spot at Champions Week here at the MODUS Super Series. This could be set fair to be an absolute classic. So sit back, relax. Colleen Hammond is going to make her way down to the commentary box to join Chris Mason for all of the action. But first, to get the players on the stage, it's our referee and MC, Owen Binks.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It is finals night, and we are live on Sporty Stuff TV. It's time to introduce the finalists. Firstly, would you please welcome to the stage, it's simply Steve West and the Queen of the Palace, Fallon Sherrock.
Thank you, Henry, and thank you, Owen. Nice introduction for the players. Well, 12 now becomes 2. It will become 1 in around about, well, could be any time.
Could be 5 minutes.
It is a fascinating final. We've seen pretty much the best from both at times tonight, but I tend to agree with you. It may come down to that out-and-out consistency of Steve West.
Yeah, like as you said, we've seen great patches from both of them at
Okay,
times.
first leg,
but
it's
I think
Fallon
Steve's
to
just
throw
presented
first.
it a lot
Game
more
on.
consistently.
Yeah, I mean, if he was guilty of anything earlier in the week, it wasn't certainly the scoring
177.
Talking of scoring phases, but he would go missing on the doubles from time to time, and as we've discussed in depth tonight, it becomes infectious. And he's lost games because of that maybe he should have won.
140.
But Fallon certainly has that look about it. Tremendous start to the
140.
177 followed by 140 and 140 from West, and he's still 117 adrift plus these
100
potential 11 dart opening leg.
57. Fallon, you require 84. $60.
Just deflected the other way,
yeah,
didn't
it did. She only needed to use that dart as a guide, really.
89. Fallon, you require 24. $21. Steve, you require
made it awkward there by hitting that
155.
corner of the double 9, making a switch down to the double 3, and
Not the first time we've seen that tonight.
no, and now there's only one way out.
65.
I think there may have been a case of West on 155 to maybe splitting that. Well, she's just got the one.
No score. Steve, you require 90.
And this is the first time this evening we've seen any kind of trouble from her in her finishing.
And any kind of reaction. Ball.
65. Fallon, you require 3.
I think she's going to get another opportunity. This has to go.
Game show on the first leg.
It does
Fallon
go.
Sherrock.
Well, that will be of massive relief to Fallon. Just to hold.
Second against Steve to throw first.
It didn't seem any early nerves. I mean, the scoring phase was just stunning, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it was the width of a wire that went wrong
60.
there, slipping into that double 9.
And we all know what double three's like.
I think we've seen it hit tonight, have we?
85.
Certainly seen plenty of attempts, just from Tony Wood.
$58. $43.
Finding his first dart, that's more like it.
140.
That has been a key feature to his success this week. Out now, scoring power.
59.
Steve West. Oh, he's going to join John Worsley.
95.
Great moment that, showing the highlights of that final. What a wonderful 174 that was to leave 24.
Yes, I was here that night.
You get to share the comms box with some legends, didn't you?
148.
Mitchell and he's not done bad for a farmer, has he?
No, exactly.
Certainly don't think we've seen the last of
100.
Scott
You require
Mitchell.
90.
I really did expect him to go deep in the qualifiers in that Champions of Champions, but not quite going for him at the moment, which surprises me because he's another player that's just come off the tour that was hitting some big numbers. Wasn't getting the results last year, hence he lost his card, but every now and again he'd have a little run and
Stevie require
punch in
40.
some big averages.
Game show on the second leg. Steve West.
It's not at the quality that we expected. Both legs.
So it's Fallon to throw
darts.
first. Game on.
I can do that.
$96.
Cover. Absolutely imperative for Fallon. She doesn't get her throw broke.
180.
Our first max of the final. We did have a 177 from Fallon, of course.
96.
In the opening visit.
$140.
He's finding his rhythm now.
It was a little slow to get going, but kind of rattling
43.
the three-figure scores.
Yeah, and since all the
45.
mucking around on the finishing in the first leg, Fallon hasn't been able to kind of recover with her scoring since then.
Well, it unsettles you, doesn't it?
125.
Even though she did go on to win the leg, it is still unsettling.
There's a build-up of
96.
adrenaline, anxiety.
141. $57. Stevie require 40.
Now there's a build-up of frustration.
20. Fallon, you require
Opportunity.
84.
Trying to right the wrongs of this leg.
$78.
Not only is it
Stevie
happening on
requires
the trebles, it's been happening on the doubles for her.
Game show on the third leg.
She'll probably be
Steve
happy
West.
not to go back at the 6. Here's a 16 dart breaker throw, courtesy of the max in the leg for Steve West.
Look at Steve to throw first.
Wiping the eye that continues
Game
to weep. Will he be making the Fallon fans weep here?
140. $81. 93. $140. 44.
These two, of course, were in Group B, which was Thursday and Friday night session.
100.
Let me guess, they had some 4-3 matches.
Yeah, Fallon actually was trailing 3-0 to Steve West. Come back and won 4-3 with an average of 94.71, a 136 finish. Steve West did a little wrong. Hit 4 180s, a 95.26 average. And they locked horns last night, and it was Fallon who
78
won that one.
Fallon, you require
4-3,
80.
despite Steve West averaging 94.14 and hitting, yep, another 4 180s.
70.
Oh, we've just seen them both
Stevie
miss 2
requires
darts
6.
each to win this leg. Steve's left himself that 8 for 6.
Game show on the 4th leg, Steve West.
Is that the beginning of the end?
5th leg, it's Fallon to throw
just
first.
Failing on the 80 finish. Allowed Steve to put himself within one leg of the £5,000 first prize, a Week 7 title and a place in Champions Week.
45.
Very easily could have been a 3-1 scoreline the other way. If
yep.
134.
Then that double 10 had gone in for Fallon.
Yep, thickness of a wire away from a completely different scoreline.
59.
Steve will be well aware he's been in a better position than this against Fallon, and has still been beaten on 2 occasions
40.
in the last few days. It's fresh in the memory bank.
180.
He's doing everything he can to make sure it doesn't happen again.
99.
Fallon may have to take out the 170.
140. Fallon, you rock 170.
Well, this is her final visit. I have to say it was a
56.
A pleasure, Corin.
Stevie requires 77.
Yes, this has been fun. First time we've had the opportunity to share the comms box. Hopefully not the last.
Go shot on the match.
Won't be the last,
and
but
the
that
Week
is
7
the last
MODUS
start
Super Series
of
champion.
the final, and
Steve
it is
West.
Steve West who prevails, beating Fallon Sherrock 4-1 in the final. Hit 2 180s, 6 140s, and with an average of 87.53. Fallon just didn't quite get going in the final, couldn't replicate some of the incredible performances we have seen from her in the last couple of days, as she takes second spot, picks up a cheque for £2,500, and it's Steve West who will receive the cheque for £5,000 from my colleague this evening, Corin Hammond, not before our very own Henry Deacon gets a quick word with Steve West, our winner of Week 7.
Thank you ever so much, Chris. Well, Steve West, first week here at the Super Series. You go on and you lift the weekly title. How does that feel?
Very good, considering I'm blind. I'm going to take that absolutely one of the best moments of my life at the minute.
Mm-hmm. As you say, you got the better Fallon 4 in the final. You mentioned the eye. You were struggling a little bit this evening. Just describe a little bit from your perspective.
I scratched my eye with my coat collar at work about 4 weeks ago. I laid in bed for 4 days, couldn't see, couldn't open it. And then this morning I woke up and I jolted my eye with a, I don't know what made me have my finger on my eye, but I woke up and I scratched it again. So it went back to pretty much not being able to see. I've been to the Specsavers across the road and they give me some drops and stuff and it seems to work. I'm still struggling, but it seems to have kept my eye open.
Was there a point now where you actually worried about whether you could actually play?
Yes, absolutely. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, I thought I was going home. I didn't think I'd be able to throw a dart because I couldn't keep my eye open.
Let's talk about the darts this week, because you played some excellent stuff. I mean, the maximum hitting this week from you has been absolutely exemplary. One of the best we've ever seen here.
Yeah, I'm probably... I mean, if you ask people that know me, that know how I play, that's probably the best part of my game. Doubles I'm a bit shaky on, but scoring-wise, I'm probably one of the best in the world.
How is this for you as a kickstart to 2023 darts-wise?
I've put my life on hold for a little while, you know that. I've got a dodgy hip, I need a new one. It's supposed to last me 30 years, it's lasted 9.
Yeah.
So I put everything on hold, and to be able to come here and play this, because I was supposed to go in hospital in January and I've not heard anything, so to be able to do this in March, it's a massive thing for me.
So is this for you kind of be the basis of your darts, obviously with surgery and everything else that's going on?
Yeah, look, I'm still waiting, like I said, and when they tell me you're going in hospital, I know in 3 to 6 months I'm out, I'm done. But to be able to come and do this and obviously win it, and you know, it's probably a highlight of my year so far, and I'm going to take it.
And hey, Champions Week now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just that I don't have my operation in Champions Week.
Well, fingers crossed that doesn't happen. One final thing for you tonight, Steve. It's that time of the week again where we present the cheque for £5,000. To do that, can you please welcome onto the stage the former World Championship runner-up, Corinne Hammond, everyone.
Okay, well, thanks.
There he is, your champion for week 7 here at the MODUS Super Series, Steve West. But I'll tell you what I'm going to do, I'm going to come around this side of you, Steve, here, because that is just about it. We're right in the gods there, the camera up there. Steve West is your week 7 champion here at the MODUS Super Series, and what a popular winner he is as well. We are back on Monday morning, 9:30 a.m. It's the beginning of week 8, and we cannot wait. But as far as week 7 is concerned, well, the winner, simply Steve West.